the break of dawn. Got no reason to hurry on home, 'cause I'm done feeling blue, done feeling blue. Yeah, I'm done feeling blue, baby, over you.
Yeah.
First of all, huge congratulations. This double, man. Western to Hardrock weeks. I mentioned you just ran the fastest time in Western.
Yeah.
I saw you post a little bit about just the recovery and kind of what you were doing in between. Sounded like a lot of food, a lot of sleep, maybe just moving a little bit. But then saw this post of you like blasting a downhill a couple days ago. You're like, dude, my legs are okay. Were you feeling okay coming in?
Gosh, like pretty much mile, like in Hardrock, mile, like going up Handies, really, the start of Handies, obviously. Handies. I was like, I am, like, my legs are wrecked.
That late? That's
Well,
pretty
I
late.
mean, there was a lot of things I went on during the race. I was just like insane. My quads, like, I really noticed my quads going into Maggie's Gulch. Like, my quads were destroyed. It's like, couldn't run downhill. So sore, painful. It's definitely like from Western states and
still being in your legs.
doing the Hardrock course.
Yeah, no
Oh
kidding.
my gosh.
Well,
It's insane. The double's insane.
It is insane. What kept you going out there? What kept you moving? Like,
Well, I mean, like, that's what you sign up for. Hardrock.
yeah.
It's like hard rock. The motto is wild and tough. I was talking to this guy, and he was like, "Oh, I'm thinking about dropping." I was like, "I signed up for this. This is like race long." And I mean, that's just like ultra marathons, but I feel like hard rock things. It's rarely perfect. Hard rock, like, yeah, perfect race. I don't know. Some people probably do. Probably has perfect races.
I don't know. He looked at the
Yeah,
finish
he
line
did.
too.
I saw that photo. But he has
Yeah.
a great mustache thing.
Mustache going.
Looked great.
Yeah. I mean, I think that we saw you moving really, really well in certain parts. It felt like from the outside, like you were really maybe struggling early on, climbing and looking pretty pale out there. And I think a lot of people were worried. But then it seemed like in Ouray, maybe you had a little bit of a rebirth and resurgence. Like, you just ride so many highs and lows out there.
Mostly lows.
Oh,
Like super delirious on top of Oscars. Where I just two things I knew about Katarina, and I was like, that's my friend. I need a her. And then I knew I had to go down. I was like super delirious up there, like it was like so bad. And then I was like so scared to go to Kroger's after that. I was really nervous, and that's why I was crying so much in Telluride to my crew. I don't know if people saw that, but
I think we panned away.
yeah, yeah. There's a lot of people watching me cry. I was like, this is so embarrassing. It's like crowds form around. And then my hamstring coming down Camp Bird, I felt like it like popped, snapped, or something happened. My hamstring just like sharp pain and just that persisted down Camp Bird. Then it kind of went away when I was like, okay, well, I'm gonna hike up Engineer and it's gonna be forever hiking, so like maybe it's gonna like work itself out, and eventually did. I felt it a little bit going down from Engineer, and then like I fell so much, I got so bloody, and I threw up a lot. More than 2024, believe it or not.
Oh no.
Yeah. There's like so many things, and like it's like kind of a traumatic race, honestly. Like so many things in the smoke. My lungs were burning. Like,
yeah, it kind of got worse.
It got bad.
Overnight here, especially.
It was like it started from like going up Engineer. Like you see the smoke. It was just so bad.
Well, I don't want to keep you too much longer. I think everyone just wanted to hear from you. People love you so much. People are so inspired and in awe of your, not only completing these 2 races, but completing both of them in exceptional fashion. And I hope that you draw a lot of strength from that and just feel everyone's love and get a lot of rest and recovery and earned laying down on this couch right here. So
so nice.
Yeah.
It's a pillow.
Yeah. But it was awesome, and just hope you feel all the love from everyone.
Yeah, I do.
Take care of yourself,
everybody.
and I'm sure we will hear from you soon, and we look forward to the epic YouTube come from this one. Everyone go check that out.
Yeah,
thanks Tara. Welcome back, everyone. I'm Corinne Chalvoy here at the 2026 edition of the Hardrock Endurance Run. Here we are looking at another finisher with his family. We believe this is runner 154. That would be Sean Higgins out of Denver, Colorado. Huge congratulations to Sean. Got to kiss that rock with his kiddos. Looks like his family and support crew. Amazing accomplishment. And we want to thank everyone who came in to interview. We heard and had a chance to speak with Jimmy Elam, Jason Schlarb, and Dower. We're continuing to have the big screen covering our finish line so that everyone can get their moment, but want to shout out just some of the runners that did come in during those interviews. So we had Scott Hollister, Todd Bachman, Martinez, Michael Hewitt, Jason Schlarb, Mike Cassidy, who I passed when I was out there running backwards on the course. He was in great spirits. He's out of Ridgeway, Colorado, said he'd been trying to get in for many years. Ridgeway is just outside of Ouray. So he was in awesome spirits. It looked like he was solo, no pacer. So shout out to Mike Cassidy finishing it up. Ben Wyrick, Mark Marzin, Bailey Eppard, and Mike Hansen, Travis Bagwell. And I believe we also did have Casey Lichtig finish just before Sean Higgins. I know Casey is a fan favorite to many in the ultra running community. Awesome to see her complete this. She was the female. Bailey Eppard was fourth female out of Colorado Springs, Colorado, and maybe one of the younger entrants in this year's race at 31 years old. Huge shout out to all of those finishers. Massive congratulations on becoming a finisher of the Hardrock 100. Expecting to have David Golden, Darla Askew, and Shaw. No, Darla is a famous kind of Fuji ultra runner, and I hope I'm saying her last name correctly. Aaron Shaw, Sebastian Lesage, and Joe Schmal all making their way also toward the finish line here. If you guys know anything about any of the runners I just mentioned, let me know. Love to give some context around, why they were excited about Hardrock, what it's meant to them to be at the start line. Another shout out to Sean Higgins, someone cheering for him in the chat. Hell yeah, Sean. Whoop, whoop. Good info. Cassidy has done the Ouray a good number of times. So the Ouray 100, that is a very difficult course, has more climbing in it than Hardrock. So that speaks to just experience level out there in the mountains and in the San Juans. Yes, Candace Rogers, the finishers were on the live stream. We had them in the large screen interviews that we did being in a small picture-in-picture. So you can rewind the stream and see them finishing their event, their run, their Hardrock 100. Give you all a quick recap. Your top 10 men, Ludovic Pomeray setting a new course record, running 21:11. He finished at 3:11 a.m. local time this morning, lowering his own course record. Second place, Jimmy Elam. Third, David Ayala. Fourth, Ryan Smith. Man, Arlen Glick. Sixth, Nick Curry. Seventh man, Paul Terranova. Dustin Simeons. Ninth, Shad Mika. And rounding out your top 10 on the men's side, Alex Docta. For the women, Courtney DeWalter was first female and fifth overall, lowering the clockwise direction time or course record by I think it was about 10 minutes, if I'm not mistaken. She finished in, I'll pull it up here. As I look that up, Courtney DeWalter winning again. Second place, Kareth Arnold. Third on the women's side was Tara Dower. Fourth, as we mentioned, Bailey Eppard. Fifth, Casey Lichtig. And we still are awaiting sixth, which appears to be Darla Askew, although Darla Askew and Erin Shaw are very close to one another. And then we will continue to see how the women's race unfolds in the top 10. Next women in line to be coming in could be Jenny Pierce, Jenny Fox, Gordon Armstrong. Then behind them we have Ellie Fox, Margaret Gordon, Lee Wanless, Topping, Megan Slavin, Monica Ox, Jitka O'Farrell, and Wendy Wheeler Jacobs, all out there still on the ladies' side of the house. Shout out to the other women still in progress on the run. Ashley Clithorn, Jackie Fritsch from Uray. That's awesome. My hometown. I love it. Tori O'Farrell, Carol Wallace, Megan Cogswell, Susan Henry, 64 years old and still out there. Anne Angena, 62 years old. And Kirsty Reed and Katarzyna Hilla. Are going to be clipping the interviews that we had with some of the recent finishers, and those will be posted to the Mountain Outpost YouTube in the future if you care to go back and watch them or miss them. I think the general consensus was that Hardrock is extremely hard, very difficult. Jimmy Elam mentioning that, you know, he just might be the most challenging race he's ever done. The altitude was a struggle. We heard from Courtney DeWalter that after the descent off Handies became very difficult for her, and she really struggled the last 30 miles. You know, it's just a relentless course that has so many unique variables that make it difficult. Even if doesn't really matter where you are in the pack. It's all hard, and we have mad respect to every single one of the runners out there on course still or who have finished. Shout out for Anne Angina. Sorry if I'm saying that wrong. Apparently she's the best mother-in-law in the world. Yes, Darla Askew has done this many times. I think, yeah, 7 sounds about right, I think, to me. But yes, she has also been up there on the podium for sure. It's a great shot of the infamous rock and that finish line shoot out there. It has gotten quite smoky here today in Silverton. Not sure if the winds turned or changed or if there are new fires in the area, but yeah, we have noticed there is quite a bit of smoke. If you want to check in on your runners, we do have the live tracking pinned. You can go follow that link over to the open split times, find your runner, and see how they're doing and what the latest checkpoint was. Question from Crane 4672 here. Do the finishers stick around for the award ceremony? Yeah, I believe most do. Pretty big award ceremony in which they put in and call out every single finisher of the event tomorrow morning after the golden hour. We are going to have coverage through the entire night tonight, all the way through the golden hour tomorrow morning, 6 a.m. And then there is an award ceremony after that. It sounds like we've got another finisher coming through here. You can hear the cheers in the background. This might be David Golden. We will do what we can to get that camera back on the finish line. I think we were moving cameras around, so bear with us. Huge congratulations here to David Golden. You are a finisher of the Hardrock 100. Looking pretty solid for having just run 100 miles with 33,000 feet of climbing and 33,000 feet of descending. It's like he is there with his family. David is 34 years old from Durango, Colorado. Finisher of Run Rabbit Run 2024 and in 2018. High Lonesome back in 2017. Looks Run Rabbit Run multiple times. Awesome to see him crossing that finish line. Just over 36 and a half hours elapsed. And the cutoff for Hardrock is 48 hours. Runners will have until 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. Please. As we continue to watch David Golden celebrating his finish, we should next be expecting Darley Askew, 53 years old from Bend, Oregon, very much a veteran of Hardrock. Runners can feel free to make their way into the Silverton Gym here right behind us in the studio. They've got a lot of hot food, chairs, cots, whatever the runners need. some awesome aerial drone shots. The surrounding area just around Silverton here. My 2 shifts went out on course a little bit. I ran backwards on the Little Giant. We've got some special stuff here. We are going to go to Cunningham and actually speak with a runner who's out there right now.
Again, who are we?
Chelsea Topping from Canberra, Alberta. Thank you.
Hey, sir. There we go. What are we serving up?
Oh, these ginger snaps.
Oh,
They're
look at
delightful. Yeah.
Julie's Ginger Snaps. Famous.
Yeah. They made famous by a runner before me. He's like, eat those. I was like, okay.
How's the race going for you so far?
Oh, it was interesting until after Handy's, and then it got better.
Terrific. And it's going to get better with bitter too, right?
Exactly. Always, right?
Yeah, there you go. Don't let us keep you.
What's your number? 817. Go get it. Crush it. You got it.
All right, amazing. Some words on course, mid-race, not mid, toward the end, but making her way Chelsea Topping, Canmore, Alberta. And a few words from her. And Handy's was tough, but she is continuing to crush it out there. That is coming to us. She's coming to us from Cunningham. And Cunningham is the last aid station before runners do the Little Giant climb and descent. Finish out. Beautiful loop. Always love to see runners in good spirits, especially after being out there for as many hours as they have, doing very hard things. So we get some awesome shots here of the skyline. I know there was a lot of fans of Chelsea Topping in the chat. So right now she is sitting in 12th place on the women's side. She was looking strong. You never know. Might be people to catch on this next descent. Saying I had gone backwards on the course and run up a little ways the backside of Little Giant. It is.
Yeah, hey team, we've got David here.
Because it is a very rocky road to finish on. Sounds like we are gonna keep chatting with some runners out at Cunningham.
Hello, you got a crew?
That's my crew. And
Awesome.
That's my pacer in the orange shirt, but he's stopping here. He's been with me since Uri, and he's done more than enough. So I think he's got a 100 miler next weekend. Just ran half of Hardrock with me.
And how's it going for you so far?
So good, mostly.
Great.
I mean, it's up and downs, but I puked a little overnight. But then
Only
I
a little bit of blood on
got
your
settled.
forearm there.
That's from falling down the backside of Handy's.
That looks good. Great. Hey, well, your quesadilla's ready.
Okay.
And I think you got some ginger ale there with ice in it?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
The doctor ordered.
Terrific. We'll dig in.
Hot off the grill. FYI. Cool.
And have a runner here at the finish.
I'll let you guys go back to the finish. Congratulations.
Erin Shaw, you are a finisher. She looks great, man. Looking solid. Shaw. It's like she will be our 6th place female. 44 years old out of Superior, Colorado. Baron. For Dale Garland out there. Take her tracker off. Earn some much deserved rest and relaxation, Erin. Soak it all in. You are a run as your 6th place female in the 2026 edition. This is Erin Shaw, everyone, getting that photo op with her entire crew and family and support team. Amazing job. 36 hours, 45 or so minutes. Looks very happy. Cunningham aid station. Cunningham is mile 92.5. Never mind, but times that the runners will, and as they finish out Hardrock. Chatting with a moment ago. Looks like he's having maybe a little bit of coffee, some food. Or in the back. Here we go. Gonna go to a drone shot of our finishers. Runners coming into town. Oh, congratulations to Darla SQ finishing out the Hardrock Endurance Run. Got a lot of podium multiple times here at Hardrock. still 3 years old. What an inspiration.
Change your mind, trying to save your time. In case you're thinking about breaking out the bucket list, girl, you can skip this funny business.
Hands in the air, running it in with what appears to be their kiddo. Kiss that rock. Love it. This could be Sebastien Lesage out of St. Paul, France. Awesome job. This is 159. That would be Sebastien. We have the Ultra Kiss Cam. That would be the Hardrock Kiss Cam. Got 2 kisses in one on this recent finisher. Lesage from pronouncing your last name incorrect. Congratulations on finishing Hardrock. Finisher in the male division, 31st overall. Agreed. Shout out to the Masters runners in the top. And Sebastien at 55. Looking great. Camera is lagging. I think I hear another runner coming in. I apologize if we do indeed have another. For the headlamp, isn't this? Could be Joe Schmall, the Flagstaff. Is that Sebastien? $159. This is Sebastien. Congratulations. I apologize. I did not get a bib number on that last runner. That was Joe. This is your 55-year-old Sebastien Lesage from France. Anyone is following and has an idea or knows who the last runner was, if it was in fact Joe Schmall out of Flagstaff, Arizona, let me know. Otherwise, we'll try to keep eyes out for a bib number if he's still hanging around. Darla Askew is 53, and Sebastien, who's on your screen right now, is 55. Out there absolutely crushing mountain 100 milers. Thank you for that context, Nick4662. Maybe anticipating Jenny Pierce here soon out of Livingston, Montana. Here's to get into the Hardrock 100. And he's 43. Very much making her way to that. Hear the cheers as she is approaching behind me. Gonna take a look at Jenny Pierce's recent race history here. Like last July, Jenny completed the Cascade Crest 100 miler, taking 6th place. Just a month earlier or so in June, she also ran Bighorn, a 52 miler, placing 4th. She's a finisher of the Crazy Mountain 100. I think I hear some cheers. We will go to the finish line and have her moment here out and completing the Hardrock 100. If indeed this is Jenny Pierce, huge congratulations. Making their way. This is Joe Schmall finishing it out. You've made it, Joe. Julia for the ID. Really appreciate you. Man, what an effort. What an effort. You can just see in every single one of these runners that they have been through something absolutely epic. Ernie. Oh, and the emotion comes out. The completion of Hardrock. Right, Joe. Sneaking in under that 37-hour mark. Yes, you did. Joe Schmall, 47 out of Flagstaff, Arizona. Getting his hug from run director Dale Garland. Some accolades and congrats from Howie Stern there. Some fans of Joe in the chat sending him love. Absolutely. $100. Station? Oh. Sorry, I must have the wrong. But you're I was trying to. I have no feet.
No rest. No.
And I can't talk to anybody. So I'm missing runners.
Can't get no rest. No. This ain't easy, darling.
They said that it was.
Cause the devil's on my trail. I've been running so long that my feet don't work no more. Oh yeah. That my feet don't work
I'm
no
not-
more. Oh no, it ain't easy, darling, when the devil's on my trail. Oh yeah. Come on. I'm gonna tell you one more time. I can't run, I can't hide. I can't stay in no more. No, I can't run, I can't hide. I can't stay in no more. Oh no. 'Cause when the devil's out to get you, you better pray and run slow. Oh, I'm gonna tell you one more time, baby. When the devil's out to get you, you better pray and run slow. Oh no.
Congratulations to this finisher, 208. Matt Smith, years old, out of San Antonio, Texas. Congratulations, Matt. You have finished the Hardrock 100. Three from San Antonio. Love it. Yep. Shout out San Antonio, Texas, coming in strong. Altitude is not a thing, right? We should be still expecting Jenny Pierce and Jenny Fox. We're going to stay right here on this finish line. Great aerial view here of Silverton. Huge congratulations again to our recent features here. Matt Smith, Joe Schmal, Sebastian Lesage, Darla Askew, Aaron Shaw, David Golden, Sean Higgins, and Casey Lichtig. Was female. Aaron Shaw, 6th female. Darla Askew, 7th female. We are still awaiting 8th and 9th female. Could be Jenny Pierce, could be Jenny Fox. We heard they might be close to one another. We will keep our eyes on the finish line to find out who's coming in next.
like that.
Ultra Fit. With room for your toes to crush your run, not your feet. Ultra. Stay out there.
Believe has always been one of my biggest mantras. I carry it in my head when I'm running. It gives me joy and keeps me going. I never thought I would carry it on my wrist one day.
You wore your vintage coat like it was armor, and talked about some band I'd never heard of. I ran right past the station chasing shadows, but I was keeping score behind my teeth. You're my teeth! And I don't care about your art school friends, and I don't care how this stupid story ends. Go write your thesis on someone who cares. I'll run it down the street, run it down the stairs. You thought you had me figured out, but I'm just running on my own. Can't believe you left me here. Don't ever think you can call me on my phone.
Welcome back, everyone. This is the 2026 Mountain Outpost coverage of the Hardrock 100 Endurance Run presented by Ultra. I am Corinne Chalvoy. Thank you for being here. We are going to continue sharing this very, very important, very, very epic finish line with you all. We did not miss runners in that quick ad break. Still awaiting two women coming in here. Jenny Pierce and Jenny Fox, the Jennies. I think they were very close. Not sure who is going to be taking 8th place and who's going to be taking 9th. I will be aware of their presence with the cheering behind me here in the Silverton Gym. Doors are open. It's very active. Runners that have just finished are hanging out. And it's looking like it is going to be Jenny Pierce, bib 185. Coming in next. Even though the air is quite smoky, we got many folks out there greeting finishers. All right, after this runner, we're going to be expecting Davis Hackman and TJ Pitts. Starting to see the wind picking up out there at your finish line. All right, this is so great. Jenny Pierce. Running it in with the family. Appreciate that confirmation, Nick. Nick 4662. She is. She's running great. She's moving well. It's Jenny Pierce, everyone. Another runner. Oh, Garland is getting the crowd hyped up and ready to cheer in Jenny Pierce, 43 years old from Livingston, Montana. Up, Jenny. Going to step aside to let another runner come through. Sure, they'll be back to get a. Oh. All right, and here we have Davis Hackman, 33 years old from Estes Park, Colorado. Congratulations, Davis. Big high five from run director Dale Garland there. Davis Hackman is either very lucky or has been running for a long time because he is one of our younger runners in the field, 33 years old. They're coming in fast and furious now. High fives all around. DJ Pitts crossing that finish line, 38 years old from Moreland, Georgia. Awesome work, TJ. You are a Hardrock 100 finisher. For the selfie, wait, we have photographers out there. We'll do this for you. Get in the shot. Nice. All right. Another runner that we are going to be following in. This is the other Jenny we were expecting, Jenny Fox. 46. Steamboat Springs, Colorado, home of the Run Rabbit Run. That is indeed her most recent 100 miler back in 2024. Could have been her qualifier that got her in. Has also run Western States 100, the Bear, Wasatch. And now she is going to be a finisher of Hardrock. Love it. The fox emojis are showing up in the chat. Steamboat Jenny. Some fans out there. Here we are back with the team photos. Here are the cheers. Calling in another runner here. Oh, hugs, dogs. This might be Jenny. Hear the cheers behind me. She gotta be close now. Strong finish, looking good there. The Ultra Kiss Cam. Great work. Congratulations, Jenny Fox, finishing it out. And we are going to be expecting another French runner, Thomas Crenier. Actually, 2-9. I'm hearing it's Bill Dittman coming through next. Bill Dittman, bib 129, 38 years old, out of Brookfield, Wisconsin. Dogs are coming to get in the photo. Lots of dogs. So many dogs. It's awesome. There we go, another runner making their way. That is a very slight gradual uphill here at the end. Looks pretty flat, but can confirm, having just been out there, that it is not flat nor downhill. Go. Nice work. Nice work. Thomas Cronier out of Bastia, France, 36 years old. Thomas did the same thing as our winner Ludo and ran the 4th of July 5K in Silverton as a little prep run. Can confirm he beat Ludo in that race. Oh, they want Dale in the photo. Nice. Thomas has run Grand Raid, also known as Diagonal de Fou. Beast of a race. That was 37 hours. This also a 37-hour finish here at Hardrock. Another runner coming in. Back to the Ultra Kiss cam. There we go. What a journey. You are finished. Got it done. That is bib 129. Dittman, Brookfield, Wisconsin. Way to go. Way to go, Bill. Again, here to Bill Dittman. The finish line, but now we have a bench. Kind of like it because the family can take a seat. That might be a Bill Duper Memorial type bench. Got some signage on it. Another shot here of the Ultra Kiss cam on the Hardrock Rock. Another awesome aerial shot of what the runners are. So just above this street, you can see that the ski building off to the right. Chris called it a lodge. It does look more like a lodge than I thought it was. Maybe they've upgraded it in the recent year or so, but you can see the very end. This is back on the streets of Silverton. Above that lodge that is now out of view is where they come off single track that was in the trees. Got eyes on another finisher here, running it in with their loved ones, friends, and family. All right. Got another runner on screen here. It is Dirk Renner. Another over 50 runner, 52 years old from Bend, Oregon. Dirk is getting it done here at Hardrock. He is running it in. Enjoying the last couple of blocks before he will be greeted with that finishing chute. Dirk, a previous finisher of Crazy Mountain 100, I Am Tough, High Lonesome, Bighorn, Tahoe Rim Trail 100 miler. Been running ultras since it appears back in 2012, or it looks like maybe it was actually 14. He jumped up to the ultra distance with some shorter trail races before that. Never too young or old to start running trails and ultras. Looks like he jumped into the sport at 38, and here he is, 52, finishing the Hardrock 100. Here he comes. Dirk Renner. And the chat said that is Willie Red Dog. Running in with him. And there was a question about the duper bench. Where does it live the rest of the year? That's a great question. I am not sure. Probably somewhere here in Silverton, I'd imagine. Thanks everyone for the love. Love to run Western States and Hard Rock. It'll happen at some point. I'll be towing the line at UTMB later this fall to get hopefully a Hard Rock qualifier. Again, this is Dirk Renner finishing. Awesome job, Dirk. Just gonna hang out at that finish line, get some photos.
No rest. No, no. This ain't easy, darling. 'Cause the devil's on my trail. I've been running so long that my feet don't work no more. Oh, yeah. I've been running so long that my feet don't work no more. Oh no, it ain't easy, darling, when the devil's on my trail. Oh yeah.
All right, we are going to be following in another runner here to the finish line. It's Sebastian Andriel, another French runner. There are so many French athletes in this race this year, and many finishing here in the last couple of hours. Sebastian is 54, and he resides in La Roche-sur-Foron. Probably butchered that. Speak a little Spanish, do not speak French. Sebastian, congratulations on your soon-to-be completion of Hardrock 2026. going to make that cross the street there and then make a left turn, and he is just a couple of blocks away from the rock. And if you're just joining us, this is Sebastian Andriol. Very close to that finish line. Nice work, Sebastian. Sneaking in under 38 hours. Right. Amazing stuff, Sebastian. Here we are with eyes back on Cunningham aid station. Just as a reminder, Cunningham sits at mile 92.5. It is the final aid station before the finish. Got a few runners in there. Maybe refueling and preparing for this final beast of a climb up Little Giant. We're getting ready to take off. I think perhaps it is Gus Gibbs out there on the camera work. Sorry, he was coming in, not taking off. Okay, refill those bottles. Okay, getting some pep talk or questions. Here we go from Gus. We got audio.
Hardrock's awesome. All the people here are amazing. It's been an experience of a lifetime. This is the hardest thing I've ever done in my life, hands down. Tailwind, no caffeine.
Would you like any food or broth or sodas?
I'm gonna fill up this entire bladder because I'm gonna start drinking right away. Can somebody fill it up?
Just want water in that?
Just water. You can do it all the way. I'll start down in it.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
One full bladder.
What do you think you can start? You want to start sipping on some broth, maybe?
Oh, yeah. I don't care. Just bring anything.
Do you have chicken noodle soup? What can we have fun?
We have eyes right now on Kendrick Osborne, Sterling Ranch, Colorado, 49.
Yeah, probably.
He's at the Cunningham aid station. Heard him say that Hardrock's awesome. This is by far the hardest thing he's ever done.
Okay, so no, you're good on shoes? Yep, it's good charged.
Kendrick, do you need tailwind?
I got it already.
Oh, you did?
2 bottles, yeah.
Who do we have here crewing?
Yeah.
Oh, hey.
Jeremy Morris from Klamath Falls, Oregon, where I used to live. Wife Amber, 30-something miles.
There we go.
Andy Hamilton,
Gotta get him to the finish.
3-time finisher. It's gonna pace me at the end, Ruby. And Joanna, to the right. Pace me the first segment. You're ready to.
Wherever we went.
You're ready to grouse.
You ready to grouse?
Anything else?
Okay, so you're down with that, right?
They're breastfeeds and cheese.
Yep. Okay.
Does anyone have a dad joke?
Yep.
Oh, thanks.
Put your water in.
Thank you.
These are. You want to start drinking now, or?
You guys are awesome. Do I now?
Do you want to start drinking this now, or in the?
Oh, wait. Thanks.
You want
any broth?
Bacon.
Grinded
Yes.
Actually, Jeremy had like 3 amazing dad jokes. Amber batch.
We did dad jokes a lot.
Some of them are inappropriate for live stream, though.
The ground beef was fine.
Oh yeah, what do you call a cow with no legs? Ground beef. What do you call a cow with 3 legs? Tri-tip.
Keep going.
The mic's still hot.
Doesn't matter which side.
You're crazy for that. I was not expecting you to do that. Oh, is that the inside?
Yeah, I know how to do it now. I'll take it over. I'll put that.
Yeah, you got your 2 water bottles.
Hands? Brisket? Kendrick, are you able to do the jazz or no?
I've got one. Every other solid food besides the product.
There's tons. There's cheese quesadilla, brisket,
Brisket quesadilla.
I'll look and I'll grab something and then I'll take it.
bacon.
You ready, Andy?
Potato soup might be good.
Yeah. A burrito with eggs, cheese, tater tots.
I've got a muffin.
What do you want?
There's sharp rice and avocado kind of pushy. It's maybe a little easier. It's an easy solid.
I do agree with all of that.
And you want? Do you have your chapstick?
Make them for all of them.
Do you need to use the restroom?
Yeah, both of that.
And do you need your back pouch closed there?
But you took it out already.
How's your squirrel's nut butter? I don't.
Jeremy, did you get his shell in his backpack? He needs that, and he needs gloves.
It's not here. It's okay. I'm fine. He'll give me his. It's not gonna be that cold.
How's your blister?
Oh, just give me that shirt. There we go. Put that in the zipper. That'd be perfect. It's good. Thanks.
But yeah, there's USAC's organization.
Hey, reach in my bag.
Yeah, that's good. So that's
No, these are mine. Yours are.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
What do we got on the grill here? What's cooking?
My wife's
Chocolate. This is got all the good stuff.
It's going to be easier.
We'll take the other one out.
Because you could put it on over your pack. Okay, we'll take the other one out. So take the bottom. There you go.
every year for different residency. Yeah, now I'm like, shit.
Yeah. Thanks. I'll take some for the road.
Yeah, look how stacks 3 at the beginning of this week.
You just have it. The rice you have it.
I was gonna walk with the dog.
Oh, that's kind of hard. We can put it in a like a paper towel.
Yeah.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Sure, we got it.
Yeah. You got your headlamp on yet?
Yeah.
Which ones? Jack.
This one's not. Trash here. Let me take it. Anything else? We have electrolytes down there, water down there.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate you being here. Thank you so much, guys. Appreciate it. Let's go. We're gonna finish this thing. Hardrock. Silver Titter bus. Silver Titter bus. Give me some. Give me some.
Let's go, baby. Let's go. You got it.
Rock.
Give me the daylight.
There we go. Full straight.
10 minutes.
He loves dropping his pacer right out of the 8 station.
Hey, please do.
All right, Dad's right around the corner, huh? You got a future hard rocker here? Fantastic.
You gonna run someday?
This
Take
year.
Daddy in.
Yeah, I would rather be up here. Well, yeah. They're Sherman up for today.
I put it on my way. Just definitely we want to interview. Yeah.
Let me go through all this. Yeah.
Oh shoot!
No, it's fine. It's fine. No, that's totally fine.
Anything to step away
If
every year.
if you can do it,
the day they're born. Some fall into it as time moves on. Some are defenseless when Cupid strikes. But I've been heartless ever since I opened my eyes. I'm gonna run from love. Yeah, I'm gonna run from love. Ain't nobody gonna get me to slow it down. I'm gonna run from love. Some are weary and some are lost. Some keep their spirits up at any cost. Some pay the price and some only talk. But I've been feeling nothing since the day I could walk. I'm gonna run from love. Yeah, I'm gonna run from love. Ain't nobody gonna get me to slow it down. I'm gonna run from love. Yeah.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Thanks for being here with us. This is another runner getting ready to finish. This is Jordan Armstrong. This will be our 10th female finisher in the 2026 Hardrock 100. Jordan is 45 years old, and she is from Cedar Crest, New Mexico. We are going to follow Jordan in here to the finish line. And then we have a very special interview with this year's champion, Ludovic Pomeray. And on your screen right now, Jordan Armstrong. Jordan finishing here before headlights are needed. Jordan, a previous finisher of the Bear 100 miler, High Lonesome 100 Wasatch, Bighorn. Great running resume in her background. It's like she has been actively competing in ultra since 2016. Decade of ultra running here, culminating in what's got to be one of her proudest finishes at Hardrock 100. That's right, top 10 female. Jordan looks to be running in with her crew and pacers here. Getting ready to make the final turn, or she will have her opportunity to kiss the rock. Thanks for this background. Jordan works hard in life and racing. She's wanted this really bad for a really long time. Incredible work, Jordan. Stay tuned. We will be speaking with Ludo here shortly. We've got two more runners who are very, very close to the finish line. And then we will move over to the interview. All right. And another runner coming through. A chance until we have eyes on him. I'm not sure, but this might be Dominic Grossman coming in. Nope, that is not Dominic Grossman. We get a bib number. Congrats to this finisher, 157. We're looking at Rick Needler, 64 years old, out of Portland, Oregon. Congratulations, Rick. You hear the cheers. And these guys were close. This was a fight to the very end. On the Ultra Kiss Cam, 227, Caleb Yon, 34. Everybody, we just had a 64-year-old and a 34-year-old finish within seconds of one another. Caleb is from Georgia. Caleb and Rick both finishing out 2026 Hardrock Endurance Run. Sorry, everyone. We will get to the interview. I promise, Ludo, we won't keep you too long. Thank you for being here. We got another runner, 122, Piers Constable, 55, out of Boulder, Colorado. Getting ready to finish. We've got cheers in the chat for Rick Needler and Caleb, who just got it done. Rick may be the oldest finisher so far today. It's a good question. Have to look through, but I'm guessing that could be correct at 64.
Can you hear me?
All right, thanks everyone for joining us. I'm Corinne Chalvoy here with the 2026 Hardrock Endurance Run. We are going to keep eyes on the finish line as we do have runners coming in. Just for everyone tuning in at home, you will be able to see your runners you're following finish, and we're going to shout them out afterwards in terms of name. But right now we are honored to be joined by this year's champion and new course record holder, Ludovic Pomeray. Welcome, Ludo.
Thanks. Hello, everybody.
Yeah, I think, first of all, huge congratulations. Had an amazing run out there. I wanted to start with asking you, you told us before the race that you didn't necessarily want to win. You wanted to have maybe a perfect day out there with not many lows. Is that what transpired?
Yeah, there was not so many lows, only the last uphill. Maybe because it was the last one, I don't know.
Very well. The last uphill, so Little Giant?
Little Giant, it's a steep one. You have quite a high elevation on a few miles. So, but I think your mind is changing because it's the last one. So
Sure, yeah. Ludo, you're a 3-time champion of this race, and you have set a unbelievable standard now, 21 hours and 11 minutes. I don't know that the founders of this race ever thought anyone would run that fast on it. What do you attribute that to? Is it staying consistent throughout? You also told me that you feel like your strength is having no weaknesses. Reflecting back on the race now, do you still feel that's the case, or did you find other strengths out there?
That's a specific race because of elevation. So playing on downhill on this race, I was pushing quite in downhill. Didn't know if we could stay until the end of the race. The answer was not so bad, so I could push on downhill even in the last one. So yeah, but it's still you never know.
Yeah.
I try to be faster than even 2 years ago in the same direction.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a risk. I don't know if your body will survive or.
But you seem to have the confidence to take that risk, and really watching you descend today, it looked effortless, just bounding. Sounds like
It's
you
not
were
effortless because I knew that after Ure, that's a long downhill, easy one because it's
Stanford Road.
on that road.
Governor's
Yeah,
Stanford.
easy one, but pushing fast. I knew that the next thing to engineer fast will be tough, and you have to recover a bit.
Yes.
Yeah, so.
Even just, we had great aerial shots. You're going to have to go back and watch these drone shots of you running down Engineer. That it was so fast, and from what I understand, it is not. I mean, I've been up there. It's not is super smooth road. So, did you just feel good? How was your energy throughout the day? Were you able to fuel and hydrate well?
Yeah, hydration was good. Fueling not so bad. I have a bit stomach issue that I have to deal with. So the fueling was not perfect, but I can still fuel.
Okay.
You have to,
Yeah.
otherwise you will
Yeah.
you will get in trouble. So no, that was okay. But you're speaking about engineer. Only on the Jeep Road.
Yeah.
That I think it's one of my worst downhill that I have done
Wow.
on this race because yeah, as I said, I was pushing a lot in Ure,
Okay.
down in Ure, and I recovered a bit in the uphill, but really good on this one. I was much faster on downhill from Andes.
The downhill from is that from Handy?
From
Okay.
Andes.
Okay. Awesome. So you said you were kind of living out of your car or camping on the course, for the weeks ahead of things. Do you feel like that's a bit of an advantage? Is it kind of, I don't know, do you think it's a competitive strategy to kind of become super familiar and almost intimate with the course, even on the year, with the new conditions that the year brings?
Yeah, that's an advantage. There's two reasons for that you can move really fast, and there's also a cost reason because if you when you are coming
Cost, yeah, you don't have to.
so you don't need to have a hotel every day. So, but yeah, the advantage is that you can sit where you want and you can move. The weather is not good or so you are free. I like this freedom.
You like the freedom. Did you have any sense of where your competitors were around you? Did you just go by effort? You seem to lead fairly early. I mean, it's almost a wire-to-wire win, I would say. But were you going off of splits, off of effort, your own, like running your own race, or paying attention to kind of the competition as well?
Yeah, I was listening my body, but I was pushing maybe a bit more, a bit harder than I would do if I was alone. Just to, yeah, it was kind of strategic also to for the other racers to make the life not easy. And
It's a pretty hot early pace.
but then it's up to them to try to follow or not.
Yeah.
They could keep their own pace and maybe they could beat me at the end. So, but
And
no, race is also a game, so you can play.
case in point, I feel like maybe Tom did follow your pace a bit, and unfortunately he succumbed to some altitude issues, or midway through it or so. Jimmy Elam maybe ran a little more within himself, but also kind of tried to stay, within some kind of striking distance to you. But then toward the second half of the race, your gap started getting longer and longer to the point where at the end, at times there was only about 30 minutes between you two. And then it seemed every descent got a little further away. And Jimmy's a great climber, but ending up winning by about 2.5 hours, that's a good margin. So toward the end of the race, were you thinking about a certain time goal, just pushing as hard as you could? What was in your mind then?
So I was not asking any information from the race to my crew. So I don't want to hurt anything. So just to stay focused on my pace and just do the best that you can. And just keep in mind that you should still come back from behind. So if you know that, if I knew earlier that Tom has dropped, maybe that
Maybe you don't push
Jimmy was more than 1 hour behind, you are not keeping the same pace because you say, okay, why I should push, why I should be in pain.
Sure, sure.
So get this information only in Cunningham, and then I knew that the race should be. I should run the race, but it's never finished until you reach at least the Silver Town. So,
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
the road, but it adds a new interest to have the course record because as Thomas dropped the race, there's just to set a new record, it makes more sense that to have a runner 2 hour behind. So
Yeah.
it has more interest or
Yeah, a great goal to continue to keep you motivated. I'd love to hear a little bit about your pacers. We learned during the run that one of your pacers was your nephew, we believe, right?
Yes.
Who else paced you, and how old is your nephew?
He's 17.
17.
Almost 17.
Almost 17. Awesome. Okay.
16, and he did the Bruce Gulch to
Yeah.
Sherman.
Yeah.
So the on this peak. Yeah, we were doing yeah, let's say quite easy uphill, but in the descent was fast, and there's this Strava FKT or com.
Yeah.
And we beat the com on the
You
downhill.
took the crown on the descent?
Yeah, on the descent.
Strava crown hunting with your nephew.
So yeah, with my nephew that 16 and a half years old. So he's in front of Jim Walmsley, Aiden Host, some great runners. So sure that he could keep that pace until Burrows. But yeah, he did a really strong descent. So that was nice to share that. It was a bit surprised that we can go that fast downhill after 100K. Yeah, it was strong. And my first pacer was his father.
Okay.
He did till Bruce Gulch, and he did the finish also from Cunningham till Silverton.
Awesome.
And the last pacer was one of my friends that did this Sherman to Cunningham.
Okay.
And he paced me already in 2024.
Nice. Amazing. Well, they did an excellent job, and I'm
and
glad.
the crew also, the crew had my physio, my wife as usual.
Okay.
And we had the good help from the driver, from our driver, Jimmy Skin.
Yep.
To
get you around the course.
Yeah. So that was nice.
Awesome.
Good day for sharing all that. So.
Good day for
Good
sharing.
memories.
So many memories, and man, that's one that your nephew's not going to forget. So, are you going to be leaving Silverton feeling satisfied, finished, or like there's something new to discover?
No, of course I'm satisfied. I could not. It was a good race, and yeah, I enjoyed this direction, this clockwise direction.
Yeah.
But yeah, I will come back next year to the other direction. So
yes. Great. You heard it here first. He's going to be back. You've got the bib.
Yeah,
you keep winning.
Yes.
You have the bib. This is like, do you know the game show Jeopardy? Jeopardy?
No.
Oh, sorry. Okay, that's not going to land. That it's like you get invited back, and people go for weeks and weeks and weeks. It's kind of like that. You have the bib, and so you said you have.
Next year, next year I have the bib.
See, but well, incredible run. Is there anything else that you wanted to share about your day that just is going to stick with you in your memory?
No, mainly sharing all that with the crew and Peter, and yeah, so that was a nice day, and it's even better when you win the race. So that's
okay,
nice.
last question. I saw a video of you finishing, and really just it looked like you had completely emptied the tank, given it your all. You fell to the ground.
Yeah,
take us into that moment.
It's always the same. When 2 years ago it was the same. I was pushing to get the record, so you are pushing from several hours, and you are keep pushing even if you have no really pressure, but just for yourself.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it finished quite not in a good state. So
yeah,
but last year I finished quite easy at the end, so that's different.
Yeah,
and because I was far from the record, but when you still have something you get to reach.
Yep.
Still pushing.
Gotta push. Gotta leave it all out there. Well, it was amazing to watch. We really enjoyed following your race all day, and just can't believe how fast you went. Every single section, you looked so strong and steady, and like you're continuing to get faster and faster. So I
told to Tom that I think in this direction,
yeah,
a good I don't say that I'm a bad, but good runner could how you say could crack the 21.
You think
Yeah.
someone could run sub
Yeah,
21
yeah.
in this
Below.
direction?
Yes. This direction, maybe other direction.
A little
Yeah,
harder to do that?
No, but
Yeah.
this direction, yeah. I
Okay.
think it's possible.
Was this the first time you went this direction?
No, second time.
Second, yeah. 2 years ago you went, and then exactly. So I can't believe that. And Courtney was very much on pace to go around 24 something. Sounds like she had trouble after the descent down Handies and had some stomach issues. She said she had a really, really tough last 30 miles, but she still lowered her own record in this direction by about 10 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah, I discussed with Dylan and also not with Courtney, but I told her 2 years ago that I was expecting she won 2 years ago.
Yep.
Get the record, I think also.
Yes.
But I was expecting a faster race.
Yeah.
I think that she could be around 24 hours. And see on UTMB the gap between me and her is 4. In Hardrock, it's 5 hours. That's
5. Yeah.
That's could not really explain what's the difference. Why? She's really strong. So
I think it's just the stomach. I mean, being able to keep nutrition, and she had to really challenge that fuel. I mean, you said you had trouble, but you were still able to fuel a bit.
Yeah, of course. If you cannot fuel them, you cannot continue.
Yeah.
You cannot push.
How about UTMB and Hardrock? How do you think of them? Do you feel like they're very different races? Do you feel like they are comparable? Just how do you think about them in your mind?
That's really different. That's different races for sure. But what is for me the big difference is the pressure that you have on UTMB and that you can manage or not, and you don't have that because it's right. There's media. There's some. Not that much.
Yep.
If you compare to UTMB, there's
crazy.
It's crazy.
So more of the hype on the event itself.
And it could have this pressure could have an impact on aspect of your race, even the fueling, the pace. That's why also I like to come here because less
stress, just hanging out in the mountains, hanging out in the San Juan.
In terms of speed also that is different. You have 145 person here. Maybe let's say 5 men, 5 women will play the race on UTMB. 30 men, 30 women. So the density is really different.
Yep. But in terms of the course itself?
The course itself, people don't know really Hardrock. They think that the race is really technical. For me, I don't find it. There's some small parts that are really technical. Okay, of course, you pass downhill. That it's a standard and maybe similar trail than on UTMB. Maybe there's some parts that are steeper, especially that specificity of one mountain or 14ers maybe.
Yes.
It starts often easy, and then at the end it's
at the end
really steep. I don't know.
Yeah. Maybe more consistent on the entire climb, kind of.
I think that there's not so much the trail.
Yeah.
So that could be a difference. But in terms of technical trail, I would say that it's you still have 30K of road on Hardrock. So
yeah.
We have also some road on UTMB. I don't know if it's maybe it's similar. We could have 30K also on UTMB. So I would say similar trail, but not same elevation, not same altitude, not same pressure, not same density.
Yep. Got it. No, that's great. That's excellent. Will you be returning to UTMB this year?
No UTMB this year.
No
Do
UTMB.
another race before UTMB. Will be on UTMB because during the week to cheer on. So I have many in there.
Sure.
So I will.
Any other races on the calendar for you?
Yeah, 1 week before UTMB, I will do Asia Paper. It's unknown on US, so
Ooh, how long is it?
it's 100 miles. So it's a
Another
really
100-miler.
yeah.
And what is it called?
Échappée
Where is it?
It's close to Chamonix. It's
Okay.
2 hours from Chamonix.
I see.
And it's a really slow race because it's really technical, rocky race.
Okay.
No.
It's technical.
Never done.
Hardrock's not technical.
Never
This-
done because I have done so many times UTMB that you cannot race the race that are close to this event.
Yeah, awesome. Well, you're an inspiration to so many, especially here at Hardrock. And just want to congratulate you again for having an amazing day out there and sharing the story with us.
Thank you, and congrats also to all finishers because we are lazy guys. We are going faster just to have more race, but some people stay 28 hours on the race. 48, yeah, not 28. So that's a long. Congrats to everybody.
Awesome. Thank you, Ludo.
Welcome.
10? Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, that's okay. Did you get a burger? Testing. All right. Welcome back, everyone. We were just conducting an interview with the champion of this year's Hardrock 100, Ludovic Pomeray. We will be clipping that and posting it on its own, but feel free to go back and check it out. It's awesome to hear from Ludo and his day. He said he had very few lows. It's what he was looking for, and he was really pushing to just see what he could do against that record. Wanted to just give a quick shout out by name to some of our recent finishers here. Find where we left off. Know that Bill Dittman, Dirk Renner, I know we saw them come in. Sebastian Andriel, Jordan Armstrong, our 10th place female. After Jordan, it was Rick Needler, and then Caleb Yon. Dominic Grossman has finished it out. Here's Constable. Ooh, this is a tough name. Gianluigi Mignaco from Italy. And 11th place female Ellie Fox from Loveland, Colorado. 30 years old, maybe the youngest athlete in the field. Congratulations to Ellie, Gianluigi, Piers, Dom, everyone who is still out there and getting very close to the finish line. If you're just tuning in, someone curious about Tom Evans and Dylan Bowman, both unfortunately just decided to end their races. I know that Dylan has posted on his social about his decision. Tom, we believe, was experiencing some altitude sickness and concerns, and for his safety decided also to end his day. Negative. like just right here. And then turn one. Which is not on now. Gotta finish yours. Nothing happened and keep it with my hair connected. Are we? That's the accident. All right, everyone, we may have a runner coming in here. Great. This is going to be Trevor Peterson, everybody. Trevor Peterson from Ray, Colorado. 40 years old. Bib 183, welcoming him to the Hardrock. Trevor Peterson, everybody.
Yes. Oh, man.
That's it.
Yeah.
Everybody in. I want pictures, all you guys in here.
Wait. Not a good enough picture, man. Not a good enough picture.
Finish it. There. God Dale's here to take care of me.
Oh, man. Big deal, man. It's a big deal. There you go. Suck it up, bud.
Trevor, big picture.
Learning here in the thanks to the chat that Trevor Peterson is the trail work coordinator for Hardrock. She gets special kudos and applause for completing the run. Hopefully the trail was in good condition thanks to his hard work in doing so. I was out on course a little bit ago and I saw Rick Hodges out there on the backside of the Little Giant climb with a shovel clearing some rocks off of the road. Said they were going to rename it the Rick Hodges Highway. He said he was clearing it off for the runners coming in the dark.
Everybody's got to get in tighter.
I can't fit everybody. One, two, three. All right.
The whole crew out there for Trevor.
Oh my goodness, the whole team.
Best day ever. Best day ever.
Shut down the cowbell.
You got that? Thank you.
And hopefully having another runner coming in here to the finish. Go to Christopher Shirk from Boulder, Colorado. Nice work, Christopher.
8 lockers, 10 years, 8 lockers. Best day ever. Dude, so good. Yeah, right? It's so good. One catch for you. I got it. You're finished? No, I got one. I'm finished. Do you have a pacer? No pacer. Okay, I got it. Okay. Yes.
So, how would you like to what would be best?
You did it! Yeah, it finally happened. All right, let's go back out.
I'm Mary Smiley. Hi, Lou.
Really nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Go back out. Go in reverse. Here we go. Every foot of it. Here, come on over. Come by the rock. Okay. Yeah, get the proper picture.
So it's kind of like
yeah, well done. That's a big goal.
Okay, and we are going to be sending it out to the field where Gus Gibbs is in Cunningham Gulch, 8th station, mile 92.5.
Good job, congratulations. Thank you. I couldn't tell if it was going to take you, so I'll airdrop you the one. Okay.
side. If you want anything in here, you're welcome to.
I'm sweating to this coming down. I think you're gonna get hot.
He's milking right now.
I just need to go do 167. I'm fine. Like 165.
You knock on the door.
You're all together as Okay. Do you have anything you need?
Good.
We have our pants back on?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Did you call the... So I don't need this headlamp. Okay, what do you want?
Do you want to tell the live stream who this is?
No. How about Greg? Okay. No, this is good. This is good. If this is correct, that means you just finished the big run. Yes. You want to explain, Kieran?
Who's this runner here?
Oh, so
for the
this
live
is
stream?
yeah. So Kieran is part of the Cunningham family here, and he really transformed our operations here actually in terms of connectivity and helping us kind of keep track of runners. And then he moved up and he took a bigger role here at Hardrock, and we're all so excited that he finally got the chance to do this race. And he told me as he was coming in that he has suffered appropriately for Hardrock right now, but he's about to get it done.
A little bit today.
Yeah,
you're almost there.
You're close. We're proud of you, man, and happy for you.
Working. Could you like? He's our technical advisor.
We had the hammer, the precision.
Bring the iPad to the finish line.
We've been waiting for you to fix things for us.
Hey, what else do you need?
Do you want a third bottle? Or a third bottle
No.
back? Sure.
Because if I can come off of Dobby's and then just filter water if I need to.
Okay.
But I don't think we're
There's
going to
no
be
water
doing
there.
that. I'm not worried about hydration. Okay. Like super hydration right now. We're just getting enough.
No noodles, no nothing, no broth.
No, they're just causing more nausea and problems.
I want to try one more time.
Like I'll just
Yes, bugs.
There's no water up there. You still okay with 2 bottles?
Yeah. I mean, we cross a big giant stream. But you know. That's just sloshing around.
Hey, Colin.
Causing issues. Huh? I don't think they want to see that. Yeah.
Oh.
So, yeah. France is playing someone on the left.
Yeah, always in there changing suits over and shit.
Nice place to be.
There you go, brother. Okay, so up the
It looks like it's here. Yeah, because I saw it make it back to Sherman.
Ryan, yo!
I don't know what you're talking about.
Chill. We're good.
Did you just wrap up Payson?
Yeah.
Awesome.
He's doing great.
Terrific.
Yeah, right. Great on the ups. You know, the down gets a little spicy up here.
Semifinals.
It's kind of nice that it's dark and you can't see how spicy. Until you pass it and you're like, oh fuck, I could have held on that. But yeah, probably shouldn't cuss on my TV. But yeah, it's a great course, man. It's beautiful up there. The weather's great. So many ways. When you're nauseous and you're just having problems eating, it's like, so we're at the end. Do we really
do we really mess with that, or we just let's just eat gels and keep going? Yeah. Right? Let's like just the bare minimum. Oh, that shirt. Didn't change my shirt.
Oh. Fancy shirt.
And you know the slime well.
Getting dressed up for the occasion.
That's right. Patience.
Yeah,
You
well,
got
I
all the
mean,
time in the world.
who knows? So the legs stopped working sometime after grouse.
They haven't stopped working.
They are mostly not.
They appear to be working.
We're going to get them working. If they're not working, we'll fix them.
That's the opposite of stuff.
My dad is a TV repairman. He's got ultimate sense.
Goals?
Go ahead and put your back on.
Crew. Thank you guys.
Tire
You guys have been awesome. Thank you.
You've been awesome.
Just
we got beers.
NASCAR's got nothing on this.
I've been sucking in smoke all day, so I'm gonna go see medical after this.
Yeah, we have N95s here if you want.
It's fine.
You sure?
Yeah.
Your call.
Damage already done.
All right.
I'll see them and just make sure.
Brad, and it is clearing up.
Yeah, okay.
The wind
Up
has
there?
shifted back, and
Oh,
it's,
nice.
it's a little clearer than it was over there. Can I walk you out?
Absolutely.
We've done a lot of miles down this way.
Yeah, no, it would be my pleasure. Thank you. I love when these tie themselves in knots.
You got it?
Hey, I think that did that pretty well for as many miles
remember,
into 100.
all the hard work, all the sacrifice, everything that you've done comes down to this. Get over this, you're there, okay? We're proud of you. We love you, buddy.
Yeah. All right. Why do I feel like...
Really, it's just a matter of a couple hours of patience, Jeff.
Yeah. Just get up there.
Hey,
Don't get your
you
heart rate up.
said you'll get excited, Cunningham? Let's get excited. Let's get this done.
Did this fall out?
Good vibes, dude.
Did it fall out?
No, that was on the ground. Leave it. Leave it. He's fine. It's packed. Brian, get him moving. Let's go.
All right.
Come on.
All right, Karen.
3 and 3
All in front?
There's a calf here. There's a couple back here.
Okay.
Okay, good.
Ready?
You ready?
Let's do it.
You got it?
Yeah.
Good job, Kieran.
And you
Go that way.
You left the gloves, right?
The gloves are in the back.
Okay.
You got everything. You have two pairs. You have the black pair and the white pair.
White pair.
You have your buff. You have your buff on.
Where's my buff? It's in the back?
Yes. The extra one's in the back.
Yeah, okay, cool. All right. Thank you.
See you about 2 a.m., dude.
Yep,
Let's
see
do
you
this.
down.
Let's do it. Yeah, baby. Let's go.
It's some extra mileage,
Okay, I'll use the restroom.
Yeah.
The gear was like this one.
Hey, great work, pit crew.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We
Thank y'all
may
so
love him
much.
just a little bit. We love the guy. He's amazing.
What's up, Bosh?
Proud of your dad?
Ripple.
You got it?
Nope.
All right.
Should we go wake
Chair
him
belongs
up?
here, right? Okay,
Sure.
Chair. Chair's is ours. That's ours. It is ours. Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Chair's ours. Hey, great job, guys.
I can get her in here.
The way he looks tonight versus last night is freaking amazing. It is so amazing. Like, I couldn't be happier. Okay. Yep. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Asta. Good spirits on the way over.
Have a good night.
See ya.
I hope I didn't trash your live stream. When
Oh, this is fantastic. You're still on it.
Oh, no, I was this? Okay.
Here we go.
Nice to see you. And it was great. I wanted someone else to tell the story of Karen being here, and this whole family here at Hardrock, and how many years we've put into just the dedication. Karen's just the exemplar of that, and the family you get at these aid stations for the hours and days we're here. So anyway, I wanted Greg to be able to tell that story.
That's incredible. Thank you.
Have a good night.
One more time, babe? Not right now.
It's I was just they're just wondering how close we were. Oh, absolutely.
Can I leave it static for that temperature? Maybe.
It actually is cool. It's like medical here. So I went all the way up there to meet him and walked him down. And then and I think he would have been in trouble. He was on out, pushed a ton of calories, made him keep going.
She'll have over 6 ounces. You were here and you're like, no. Yeah, no, that's well, it's like a 10-year.
Coyote Lake. Yeah.
You'll be here until they close? No. I hope not.
Yeah, I'm not going to take a nap by the side. Okay, just chill.
I was thinking to be here as getting close, but not.
Oh, yeah.
You just feel it every time you sit down, and you don't do anything. And then it's like starting like a car with like a dead battery. So you just feel like, it's an instant coffee. I think I'm beyond that. I need something like.
Keith has
But you're with the mountain. Okay. I'm Jacob. Yeah. Do you know David? Yeah, because I freelance with them. So I've been here. I did Western States.
Yeah.
Origins.
I can't wait to.
But you guys are.
You guys have good conversation.
But it's been a live stream since the start. Is it still going? Yeah, this is. It's hot. So we'll make sure we get in and see. What do we think? If we put this in front of these guys, will they get faster?
What are you drinking?
Would you be motivated by the live stream here?
Wow, Doug, you are owning
Wait,
the live stream
this is
today.
Boise, Idaho, right?
This is Boise, Idaho.
Yeah, what's up?
Man, you know, getting ready to finish this thing up.
Some people showed up for you. You're not here alone.
I'm not here alone. I got the best people in the world.
Because we have the best runner in the world. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, our guy rules right now.
Yeah, Meredith just paced 16 hours.
Wow.
32 miles. She's about to take final shit.
Yeah.
My son's been helping me out.
I was going to take final shit, but really
my wife's right here. She's helping me out.
Bravo, yeah. Let's go, fans.
We're gonna do it though.
Okay.
It's gonna get done.
Well,
yep, we're in single digits. Yes. Single digits. Yeah.
Yeah, you never know what's going on.
Less and less and less. What are you drinking there?
Do you want one?
Yeah, I want one.
It's right there. If you
Oh, that one. No, Doug.
No, it's right near. Right.
No, Doug. You drink no, it's right there. Oh, yeah. All right. Cheers.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
That was awesome.
That was awesome.
That was fun.
It's so much rougher.
We that big climb, we both were just in the hole.
And we were just talking.
I had a really bad headache. Luckily, Doug had Tylenol.
This runner.
Smoke. I think it was a smoke.
Yeah, I've been getting a headache. She's like, well, I just bought a house in Italy.
Yeah.
You know, like literally after we had that conversation. So it's like the new thing. So that could be interesting.
Oh, sure.
All right, Keith, you got everything?
I think I got everything.
All right.
Yeah, I'm all right. We get ready to.
Did you get enough fat in you?
I had some avocado bacon.
Yeah.
You need to change it.
Okay.
He's a tough cookie. He's a flexible
What if
guy.
it was,
Mr.
what if
Andy.
you couched it as like
Sleeping in his hammock.
a
He's nuts.
And I thought about it all.
Well, weekly invites are cheap. You don't have to rent.
We'll turn the camera away for that.
Are you on the live stream right now?
Trash man.
Oh, I am?
Trash
Your butt is.
Yeah.
Hot sauce sauce?
I don't think I'd make it very good reality.
Yeah, this is the After Dark edition.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
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 Get it done. Come on, Doug.
Big Nat's got it. I might be though. Very much.
Bring your money here and we'll put you
Chappy. Or we need to change my deadline.
Where is it? Here again.
Job requirements. You have to
Those are keys.
These are keys.
Those are for
Oh, they are? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, these are Doug's.
Okay, thank you.
You might be on
Yes.
maybe waiting on one trade with
I just, my wife and I are
And then there's the food inspector.
Yeah, the health inspector.
countries, I guess, like the product, the overarching countries love it. When, like you said, you bring them money, and you're not taking away their jobs.
So I would hand a card, and you have to draw from the draw file, and then like if you want to like
Or, you know,
fight,
others that are
and then you just like whoever gets the most points on enough cards.
We made it on the live stream today too.
Oh, you did?
We're still on it.
It's right here.
Oh, I know, but we were walking down the road and there was a drone. Oh, yeah. It was fun. Okay. This is pretty epic. What else? This is ours. I think I have everything. That key. That's the rest of my stuff.
I don't know about that. It's not easy to get a seat.
At least I do.
Okay.
Really?
Yeah.
I do.
Because I'm going because I'm to visit their national countries, Italy.
Oh, right,
Maybe
right,
that's
right. Yeah! Dang, somebody has like a whole mascot.
A couple people do. Heard that laugh.
I got some.
Play cards down in
I
the
want to
hat.
have
If it's like a spot.
Where even is your car?
No, it's in your right.
Yeah, it comes down with it. No
Further.
Way to go. Way to take one for the team, Corinne.
Yeah.
You tried to wake up.
You're like,
So they come down through here and then they go back up there. He's done my legs. What? My legs.
Yeah. Are you just getting cold? A little bit. It's not crazy.
I've got to.
Okay, once you get this.
I'm sure if I'm good, they can see it, right? And no, this is dark.
yes.
No, I know, but from up here,
100%. All right.
Yeah.
Do you want anything in the water, Doug? Yeah. Do you want some Coke?
Well, no. Yeah.
You can just snip it if you want.
And that was so because you could see, you know, it's like you see.
Oh, that's fine. That's good.
Don't face plant in the tree.
Yeah. Right.
No more face plant.
And Ryan.
Two caffeine, a regular, and a fatty Joe.
Oh,
No worries, no worries.
Well,
I'll take these back over to the chair.
Right. It's all good. It's all good. Finish this.
All right, you got Coke on tap right here.
The go-go juice.
It's in my lap.
It's in your lap. So it's just like.
Ooh, thank you.
Like,
oh, no.
That's me after breathing air, so.
I've been home after the shower.
Yeah.
I'm reading.
It's the final countdown.
I think his eyes just got this much bigger.
I've been singing this the whole time.
So it's been the final countdown for a minute.
It's been a final countdown for a minute. Or don't stop believing. Stop.
I need to go in.
You know, unless they just fell out.
You know we can't use copywritten music on the live stream, so you're gonna have to tone it
Oh, sorry. Don't stop running.
Yeah, see, you changed one line.
Get to the finish. You gotta see his max meter.
Yeah, we gotta see that bad boy.
Yeah, let's see the max meter max out, okay?
Yeah.
Wait. Shit's getting real. Max meter, we are past max. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that was a good one.
That was a good one, Keith.
Original number.
What's that? Oh, you just follow me around.
I was gonna say that's nothing.
Yeah. And Doug knows that.
I think they stopped to sleep a little bit.
A lot.
Like,
A lot.
but like on the trail. Oh yeah, he would do that every couple of hours.
Yeah.
Like, find some
Sounded like hurry up.
Been here too long.
Okay. Take that off. All right. Yeah.
There we go.
He's got to go back to check out.
We got excited.
I mean, you can just.
Do you know any names by chance?
Yes.
No, I don't.
I drink. I don't drink.
I know he's got just in case.
I'm just keeping it there.
That happens. Oops.
Could you do that again for the live stream?
Yeah.
On command. over here.
On command, that's right. Because I am a gassy guy, so. Yeah. Yeah. Gotta love it. Yeah. Thanks for the volunteers, though. Seriously.
No, my
That's-
God, the
yeah,
volunteers have been
rock.
like,
The aid
well,
stations
wow,
are amazing.
like the
Can't do this without
kindest
it.
people, like, and like the kids, everything. Like, honestly, I've never been to a race where the volunteers have been so kind.
Yeah.
So thank you, everybody
Yes.
who's been out there.
Thank you, everybody. This is amazing.
Yeah.
Yep. Love it. So.
I'm gonna put
Yeah.
this back.
Okay. All right.
you
Cool.
guys.
Thanks. Rock on. Let's go.
All right, we got Doug's poles.
Do it. Yep.
Let's
You ready?
go. Let's go,
Ready?
Tank.
You know I should
I've
have
been
brought my own
calling Doug
stuff.
a tank.
But
It's okay.
That's my own bad.
You got my jacket, my backpack.
Four-wheel roll.
I love the hype team here.
What's that?
We have way too much energy.
I really am enjoying the hype team.
Yeah.
Must be you. You've been up for 7.
I've been up for a really long time now, too.
Yeah.
Let's keep going. All right. Duck, 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 duck.
That Doug Jr.
That's Doug Jr. Jack.
Awesome.
You're awesome. You're going to do it. Get this shit done.
That's right.
All right, team.
Okay. Thanks. Thanks again, guys.
All right, go back where you need to.
All right, you got this.
Why do you have to go there?
Hey, we gotta check in. They said,
We
checked
haven't
out.
even checked in. Got it.
Okay, we checked in. We just haven't checked out.
Check out. What's your 172? All right, Doug, we'll see you back in Boise.
Thanks, guys. Have a good night.
You too.
Go get it, guys. Great job, man. We got it. One last big climb. It's all yours.
It's been a good 4 hours. It's been crazy busy, but it's just come off like clockwork.
Yeah.
You
got him?
Sure, just makes me happy. Yeah.
She's like, do you?
I got 4 hours.
Hey, Jordan, can you pull off on me for a minute?
Welcome back to the 2026 Hard Rock 100 Endurance Run presented by Ultra. I'm Chris Warden.
I'm Andy Jones Wilkins.
And we are here to bring you through to the ultimate conclusion of this 2026 Hard Rock. Of course, we have been fortunate to be dazzled, amazed, and ultimately impressed by some historic efforts at the front of the field. But now it is our duty and pleasure to bring you the final 8 hours of the runners on course at Hard Rock.
Yeah, Chris, this is, as we've done this this is our fourth time. This is really, this marks a shift in our coverage. We've passed the 40-hour mark. Everybody is everybody who's still on course is in the last 25 miles. And this is the time. This is the time for everybody else. Yes, we saw incredible performances at the front of the pack. We've seen some amazing performances in the sort of front of the middle of the pack, but now it's for everybody else. And quite frankly, the majority of the finishers of the Hard Rock 100 2026 edition are yet to finish, which is pretty remarkable. We've only got 7 hours and 42 minutes to go.
Yeah.
And a bunch of people are yet to finish. And it's our job, our responsibility, frankly, our privilege to announce those finishes, which we pledge to do to the best of our ability. Obviously, in the dark, we don't have drones in the air. We will get some up as quickly as we can in the morning. But for the next 7 or so hours, you got us, you got this finish line cam. We may get some cameras out in the field. We may not. And we'd love to engage with you in the chat, find out who you're looking for, who you're cheering for. But man, it's great to be here, Chris.
Absolutely. And we also have a long-standing invitation to anybody who actually made it out on course today as a runner, as a participant, whether they finished or not. Our couch is always open.
That's right.
So if anybody wants to come by, of course, if you've been watching the last few hours, we did have our broadcast colleague, Corinne Chalvoy, have the opportunity to converse with Ludo Pomeray. He came into the studio and talked, and Tara Dower. So we have had people.
I think Jimmy was in.
Come in, Jimmy Elam.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't catch Jimmy,
so.
but
I think so. I mean, I was asleep. Yeah.
I tried to sleep a little bit, so I didn't see everybody, but at the same time, we have the opportunity to share those runners and their stories. We are expecting, speaking of runners whose stories are winding down, I believe our expectation is that our next finisher would be Richard Cook out of Seattle. Richard left the aid station at Cunningham Gulch at 35:47 elapsed. So that would mean he's coming up on the 4.5 hour mark, or actually just past the 4.5 hour mark on this segment of the journey, which would make sense. Being in the middle of the pack as we are right now, up and over Cunningham Gulch, Little Giant is no joke.
Mm-hmm. Yep, it's a wall out there. Couple of little notes too. It's warm. Most of the folks that I talked to, finishers, late yesterday, we talked about the heat. A little bit more smoky, not terrible. That's perhaps the most significant here in town, but a little bit more smoky on day 2 than on day 1. And a lot of kind of love and energy out there. It's been one of those Hard Rocks with some great heartwarming stories towards the front of the pack. The return of Arlen Glick, Casey Lichtai coming back after coming into Hard Rock after trying in the race for 10 years. Just really lots of good stories. And of course, many more stories to come, both in the next 7.5 hours, as well as in the weeks to come as the stories of Hard Rock 2026 continue to unfold.
So we've only got a handful of runners that have not made it into Cunningham. I guess more than a handful at this point, but we have 42 runners that still need to make it to Cunningham. I was actually looking at the Maggie list, but you have to be in and out of the final aid station at Cunningham Gulch by 2 a.m. local time. So that gives us about 3 hours and 40 minutes. And those 42 runners who have not made it in and out have still plenty of time, and only about 4 or 5 had not yet made it to Maggie Gulch. So we're in good shape.
Yeah, I mean, that's a small number with still until 2 a.m. to get to Cunningham.
Absolutely. And I want to shout out those runners whose stories might be part of our back of the pack coverage. when the clock is winding down, golden hour will be from 5 to 6 a.m. here in Silverton, Colorado. We invite you, even if you've got to go to bed, to set your alarms, tune in early. And some of the names we expect to potentially be following in would include Tori Farrell of British Columbia, Megan Cogswell of Colorado Springs, Brandon Parker of Lawton, Oklahoma. I believe Brandon is a Indigenous runner. Kirsty Reed of the UK, Katarzyna Della out of Boulder, Colorado, and our current position for DFL would be Daniel Robinson out of Lake Forest, Illinois. So
northern Chicago suburb.
North suburbs. So those are the runners that we would hope and potentially expect to see as the clock is winding down tomorrow morning, about 7 hours from now.
A little further up, you've been talking through the live stream of Ann Ongenga from Newberry Park, California, 62 years old. We've been monitoring the status of Dan Ryan, the marketing and communications director for Hardrock 100. He's still out there on his way in. Susan Henry and her son David are still out there. We're interested in, I've been wanting to keep my eyes on Gina Harcrow, one of our golden hour finishes from a couple of years ago. Chris Twiggs going for finish number, let's get it right. He's got 17 and going for 18.
Yeah.
So remember, you have Chris Twiggs from Fernandina Beach, Florida, looking to see how he does. Lots of fun stories of people we know and then people we don't know. David Koblenz, a former chair of the board of Hardrock. Megan Slavin, Phoenix, Arizona, really, really well-known, popular runner.
Love Megan Slavin.
Yep.
I know that Megan, I've been communicating with Megan's crew. Her husband, Brian, and friend Chan are taking care of her as she makes her loop around the San Juans. They expect her to come in between midnight and 1, and so I will I'm honored to have the opportunity to call her finish here this evening.
Indeed, and perhaps as well known, but perhaps not quite the bubbly personality of Megan, we're looking for Jamil Curry to come on in. We understand that he's on his way in now from Cunningham. We don't know how long it'll take.
So you mentioned he is not a bubbly personality. However, he is being paced now by a bubbly personality.
That's right. He's being paced by Rachel Entricken.
Yeah. So Rachel Entricken basically showed up out at Cunningham Gulch. She had kind of joked with Jamil before the run that she was going to come in and pace him, and he said, "Oh yeah, okay," and in Jamil fashion. And sure enough, she showed up out there. I spoke with Anthony Culpepper via text. Of course, Anthony, a true hard rocker himself. But let's pivot to the finish line here.
So it's safe to say that Rachel's enthusiasm might counterbalance Jamil's stoicism. We'll just call it. Run long after 60, pointing out that there's still 9 runners, 60 plus, on their way to country.
That is Chelsea Topping.
Chelsea Topping with the kiss right on the cheek of the.
That is the Ultra Kiss Cam.
Yeah,
that we've got set up.
Chelsea Topping, nice finish.
Chelsea had been part of the top 10 mix all run here in Silverton. Eventually coming in. Looks like she was the F12, which is an excellent effort here. One of the youngest runners in the field this year.
Mm-hmm. We had a record number of women in the field at the start, 32.
Chelsea Topping out of, she's 43 out of Alberta, Canada. Still pretty young for a hard rocker, 33. Of course, there are runners who, talking about runners who have yet to make it to Cunningham. We didn't name the runners who have yet to actually make it in and out of Maggie Gulch, which is the penultimate aid station at mile 86, mile 87. There we go. Let's get that friends and family and crew set up to join Chelsea at the finish.
Chelsea Topping. race director of South Mountain Ultras in Pocatello, Idaho. Luke Nelson is passing out the post-run flag. Throughout the day, he's also the grand poobah of the finish line.
Chelsea's qualifier was I Am Tough. As finishes previously at races we are quite familiar with, Heavily 100, Western States. As finishes at Kurt 100, Run Rabbit. Chelsea definitely has an amazing running resume, and adding arguably the most exclusive run that could maybe be had by most people, and that is a Hardrock finish.
That's right. Have a great Chelsea.
Congratulations, Chelsea Topping.
On a highlight, since he's popping into the chat, Run Long After 60 is Mark Vega. He's a Southern Californian 62-year-old, relatively new ultra runner. Has a great podcast called Run Long After 60. He was nice enough to invite me onto it a couple of weeks ago.
Did you decline because you're not quite there yet?
I tried. I was like, I'm only 58. Can I come on? Would you want me to wait and come on when I'm 60? And he said, no. Come on right away. He titled it 58 years old, 2 new hips and 0 plans to stop. Anyway, Mark Vega, real active fellow in the community, and certainly a proponent of those in their golden years who are still out there getting after it. And as he pointed out to us, 9 runners in the 60 plus. So more than 10% of the field yet to finish are 60 years and older. So good stuff. And I suspect once they finish, Mark will invite them onto his podcast. He has a way about him which he's kind of difficult to say no to.
Yeah. I want to shout out a couple of runners still in the field. I did mention Brandon Parker as an indigenous runner. Another one, Yatika Fields, still out there. And it was brought to my attention by a post by the page on Instagram, Rising Hearts. The folks at Rising Hearts, they work to elevate Indigenous voices and community to foster meaningful connections through movement and advocacy. I felt it would be a good opportunity for us to watch or to pay attention to their run as it winds down. Brandon still has to make it through Cunningham. I'm going to see if I can find where Yatika Fields is. Yatika, not yet to Cunningham, but made it out of Maggie Gulch at 36:54. So with that in mind, has roughly 11 and a half hours to cover that final half marathon.
Mm-hmm.
So in good shape.
Yep, she's in good shape.
He. Yes. Sorry. No, so Yatika Fields and Brandon Parker are going to be a couple of runners that we are watching and following here as the mid and back of the pack complete their journey around the San Juans.
We would guess that the next finisher will be Richard Cook from Seattle, Washington.
Mm-hmm. Rich Cook, bib 123.
Looks like he's got a UTMB on his resume from back in 2025. Also a Lavaredo. He's been out to Bandera 100K in Texas. Done the UTMB race in Whistler. Cascade Crest up in Washington. We hear some cheering. Richard Cook from Seattle. Probably on his way at this point. Yep. Mark, we do remember Lazy Young Deadhead.
Oh, yeah, Cliff Matthews. We've seen it a lot of events.
There's a finisher. I think that's Rich Cook.
That is Rich Cook.
And no, he went top right for the streak.
I don't know if we have seen anybody on our shift actually go top weight.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of high and inside for a righty.
Yeah.
Rich Cook, 45 years old, Seattle, Washington. Oh, I'm getting excited. I know it's somewhat of an overnight slog, Chris, but I'm excited. I love this part of our Hard Rock coverage when it just sort of gets broken down after all the expectation all the runners have gone into, all the years they've waited, now it's down to the wire. Now they're en route. They're up on the Pole Creek summit. They're making their way to Maggie. They're getting up Yankee Boy Ridge and dropping down into Cunningham. They're slogging in from Cunningham, going up that head wall to Little Giant. Maybe they're on their way down, hoping at some point they're going to get to that smooth single track, what you call the most sort of gentle part of the course, which comes after 97 miles.
Right.
Finally make it into the town trails. This is just an exciting time. And for every one of these runners, their crews, their families, whether they're here or they're looking from abroad, we see Richard Cook right here and his crew getting their photo taken at 40:32 and change. It's just, it's kind of what it's all about. It's a little bit of, what we all do this for. So I'm excited. I'm thrilled and honored to be here. I'm so happy that Mountain Outpost is, such a part of this race and has been, really.
Maybe I heard what you meant.
Yeah.
Of course, when you work with somebody over the years, as often as we have, sometimes you hear what they mean rather than maybe what they verbalize.
Yes. If I said the wrong thing, we still have 7 hours, 27 minutes. This is Richard Cook getting his photo taken, chatting with Dale Garland. A note on Dale, by the way, he does this. I mean, every finisher. This is the Dale treatment. He may get a quick nap here in the gym, come back out with each finisher, say a few words to them, chat with their crews. Perfect. Dale Garland, the only race director this event has ever had.
Starting that gig back in 1992, back when he was still a highly competitive runner.
Yep, and I don't know if they have a succession plan or not, but whatever it is, those shoes to fill are about as big as shoes to fill in the sport.
So, yeah, I mean...
I hope that time doesn't come anytime soon, by the way.
Agreed. Dale, as we mentioned, had a fairly brief ultra running career, but a very stout one. If you were to go to Dale Garland's ultra sign-up, he has finishes at Western States, I believe a 3-time Leadville finisher, including one in the top 10. He was the course record holder for a race near and dear to our hearts, the Crown King Scramble.
Yeah.
For several years. I believe it took a guy by the name of Carl Melcher to actually wrest that course record from him. But yeah, Dale, a back-to-back winner there in 1990 and 1991, and the Collegiate Peaks 50. A long-standing run in Buena Vista. Dale, I believe that the last registered result he shows on Ultra Sign-Up was his 1992 result, where he was the runner-up. So Dale Garland, not just another pretty face handing out finisher medals and here at Hardrock.
And a fellow hip replacement survivor, as myself. He's Thriver mentioned to me that he's had a revision a little ways back. Still going strong. I mean, he's on his feet here for 40, 52 hours.
Somebody's asking about whether Jamil Curry had finished or not yet, and the answer is not yet. He is being paced in. He was originally intending to go pacerless here for Hardrock. However, he was cajoled, urged, and basically forced into retaining a pacer for the last 10 miles of his Hardrock journey this year.
And he had to accept, whether he liked it or not, that it was going to be Rachel Entrekin, the recent winner of the Cocodona 250. Doing her second pacing gig of the day, she paced Teradauer, a third place woman, a little while ago.
Thank you, Andrea. This is actually some cool intel on Dale Garland because he's been around the scene for so long. Dale was also in the party of people who first thru hiked the Colorado Trail in around 1989.
Oh, right
That's
on.
a really neat fact. Fantastic. Yeah, thanks to those of you that are going to be sticking with us through the overnight. AJW and I are going to do our best to make sure you don't get to sleep. We've got dozens of finishers yet to call here. This is going to be the highest volume of finishers coming in. We do have 53 in, but at last check, we still had, at the very least, maybe 68, 69 runners remaining on course. So we are far from finished telling the story here.
Charlene Stevens letting us know, giving early congrats to Emily Wanless from South Dakota. The Dakotas, it's kind of cool. The Dakotas, I'm seeing more and more from both North Dakota and South Dakota. I know it's really important to separate those two, just like it's important in North and South Carolina and New Jersey and New York, for example. But this is great. South Dakota runner, 5 miles to go. She's probably on her way down off the most technical part, off a Little Giant, and getting close to that nice single track section that we all look forward to in this direction.
So 52 finishers have completed their loop around the San Juans, and 69 runners still out on course.
There you go. So this is something we meant, right? With 7 hours and 22 minutes remaining, significantly more than half the field are yet to finish.
Yeah.
And it's a flurry over the next 7 hours. It tends, I think, if history repeats itself, it's a gentle flow for the next 2-3 hours, and then it accelerates as we get closer and closer to that golden hour that we hit at 5 a.m. tomorrow. We're keeping our eyes out for David Galloway from Black Mountain, North Carolina. Who was the next through Cunningham. He got through there at 6:53. So we are going to continue to track. At this stage, runners are probably going to be taking more the sort of 3.5 to 4 hours to make the trek for the 10-mile trek to Cunningham. In the case of David Galloway, he'll be 4 hours at 10:53. So he might be on his way. Next after David, we're going to be looking for Margaret Gordon from Albuquerque, New Mexico.
So
interesting. Runners, Philippe Decal.
Interestingly enough, if you were to compare, and I'm going back to 2024 rather than last year, simply because it was the last clockwise direction, because that does make a huge difference, not only in trying to figure out splits, but just in general how the course treats runners. So we had, prior to the 40-hour mark this year, had 50 finishers in 2026. And in 2024, prior to the 40-hour mark, we had 50 finishers.
There you go.
So
exact number.
Yeah, that is.
And what was the total? Oh, you went away from the top.
No, I've got it.
What was the total number of finishers back in 2024? Was it in that kind of 100 and?
Get this. So we had 52 on the course, or 52 finishers at this point, and 69 remain. So 119 finishers. So almost like you're talking a 2% variance. 121 finishers, or 121 runners either finishing this year or still can finish, whereas 119 finished that year. So, and I'm going to kind of eyeball the further back I can go in terms of the same direction. So in 2022, there were 61 runners who came in with the 40-hour mark. But go ahead.
I don't want to jump the gun. You're already in your pack analysis. Surmise that at least as of now, and our final runner is somewhat comfortable.
Yeah, in terms of
ahead of the turtle track.
You got it. So in 2024, there were 10 golden hour finishers, which for this event, a finisher every 60 minutes is rapid fire, or 6 minutes is rapid fire.
Oh my gosh, yeah. It's a traffic jam.
Yeah, looking to see, maybe. So if I go, I don't know, as far as runners finishing in the final 2 hours, that would be 21. So yeah, about 10 finishers an hour down at the very back end here. And so you and I, AJW, will be calling in these finishers. We are limited in terms of our camera angles here late at night, but hopefully we get an early sunrise. I know that those drones will be out there. We saw some amazing shots from Cunningham yesterday. Truly a breathtaking thing to show people, according to Walter, climbing up Little Giants.
And yeah, our drone pilot Dakota, I chatted with him. He would literally, as soon as it got light enough for him to take off, he took off. And got some great footage. We'll also, we won't have any follow cams here in the dark. We're going to get follow cams out there as quickly as we can in the morning as well. But in the meantime, you get us, you get the finish line cam, and you get a little bit of an analysis and the pleasure of meeting each and every one of these finishers as they make it into Silverton.
We would expect to see, there's a handful of runners and like they've made their way onto the final mile or so of the course. Felipe Miguel, Margaret Gordon, David Galloway, those are the runners we expect to see coming in next. Maybe a little bit of a gap after that. A couple of runners who are maybe at the beginning of that stretch from Roster Creek to the finish. Alan Barikovic. Alan, one of our doublers, our Western States Hardrock doublers, trying to do that turnaround in 13 days. And frankly, with just 3 miles to go, I like Alan's chances. Andrew Barney, another one who looks like maybe coming up onto the Roster Creek crossing. And Christian Brolette. So those would be runners that we expect to see. The aforementioned Emily Wanless, Brian Pickett, Kate Hunt, Greg Salveson. I feel like Greg's name is. I have to check that out. Wendy Wheeler Jacobs, Cedric Osborne, Zach Wilson, Ditka O'Farrell, and if we go back far enough, there is a gentleman on the actual ridge, having made it up to the top of Little Giant, Jamil Curry.
There you go. Sad to report, a pair of 52-year-olds from Lake Forest, Illinois, Daniel Robinson, and from Midlothian, Virginia, Greg Loomis, have DNF. Their last 2 DNFs at they dropped at Sherman. That's unfortunate. Brings us down to a number of runners now left on the course at 121. Katarina Gadela now is our back of the pack standard holder.
We'll update our records here because we are going to be following the back of the pack as well as the front of the pack. So has yet to the only runner who has not yet registered a split at Pole Creek. And we may have to do a little bit of scribbling and cribbing here at AW. So Katarina left Sherman at the 33-hour, 46-minute mark. And again, not yet hitting Pole Creek. Still has to get through Pole Creek and Maggie before Cunningham at 2 a.m. I'm going to see if I can find
the tracker.
her.
That's a 7-hour split.
So Katarina actually looks like coming right up to perhaps actually may have hit Pole Creek. I want to maybe recant that. Looks like maybe it has actually indeed left Pole Creek. Maybe I don't have a split registered there, but the tracker shows at mile 82 about 35 minutes ago. So
yeah, and I'm definitely not showing on the open split time that she's in Pole Creek either. So we'll continue to refresh that. I hear some cheering in the background. We're awaiting potentially David Galloway. While we have a minute, Mark asks if the studio is near the finish line. Absolutely, Mark. Run long after 50. It is at the finish line in the gymnasium, which is where runners come after finishing. Go, David Galloway.
Galloway taking a moment to compose himself. Middle dead center at
top. His medal / buckle from Dale. David is the previous Hard Rock finisher last year in the other direction, 42. So a good hour and a half ahead of that this year. He did the Western States Hard Rock double last year, winning Western States in 28.5. Also has noteworthy finishes at UTMB, a sub 40 at UTMB, and run some of the Virginia Classics, Promised Land, Caravan, Holiday Lake, Big out in Dayton, Wyoming, All Classic at Frozen Head, as well as Beaverhead 100K in Salmon, Idaho. Hey, I call that baby Hard Rock. That is a rough 100. You can run that. Probably run this. David Galloway, 42 years old.
You mentioned that David was part of a group of runners we expected to come in here shortly, perhaps Philippe Miguel, Margaret Gordon. So we're going to keep eyes here right on the finish.
Black Mountain, North Carolina.
We are, interestingly enough, we have 3 cameras looking like we have on the rock from different angles.
Yes.
I kind of love it.
We do.
It looks like we have a bottoms up angle.
Kind of like the home plate cam you see sometimes in baseball.
Yeah, we might have to try to get that here when we...
Yeah, remote 24. If the studio can hear that, we might want to check that out.
At some point. Not right now.
Yeah, not right now.
We got runners standing behind in front of that camera at an awkward angle, but yeah, maybe catching the kiss of the rock from a unique perspective.
David Galloway, again, just putting perspective, finished in at 10:48 p.m. He left Cunningham at 6:53. So as we just a tad under 4 hours. We had 3 hours and 55. We would expect. Next up, Margaret Gordon from Albuquerque, New Mexico. She left just a couple of minutes after David. Margaret Gordon out of Albuquerque.
Of course, that is run director Dale Garland in the lower right hand. I have to say that over the course of my experience with Mountain Outpost and in the sport in general, Dale Garland is just one of the most wonderful people I've had the privilege of meeting over the past several years. I actually met Dale here in the gym my first year. Whoop. We will pivot to that.
Going to have to get back out of that chair real quick.
And the Dale praise will continue later, but right now, Dale.
Medal to present to, we think, Margaret Gordon, Albuquerque, New Mexico. And we got another smooch angle. And she's thinking about it.
Very
whoa, on the green stripe along 100 Mile there. It's probably the lowest kiss I recall seeing, at least in this year's race.
Yeah, and I would say that if you're going to pick your real estate like that, you're really maybe living dangerously, because then you have to get back up.
This is Margaret Gordon, 50 years old. By the way, she did her sport in this direction 2 years ago in 2024 in 43:03, so a couple hours ahead of that.
Yet another runner coming in here, Margaret Gordon, 50 plus. We have had an amazing run of athletes here at Hardrock. 50 plus this year. I think that this is one of the understated notes of the event. We had 10 men that were 50 plus. Ludo Pomeray, of course, winning everything. Whoop, let's grab another finish here.
Just a very casual, right?
Is that perhaps Philippe Miguel?
Philippe Miguel, from Chanac, France. Good, strong finish from Cunningham. Left 7:07. Wanless. Margaret Gordon, I have to wonder if she's any relation to Scott Gordon. legend of Hardrock. Perhaps somebody in the chat knows. But she's also a multiple-time Hardrock finisher. I mentioned in 2024 she also finished the same track in 2022. And you go back a little further, she finished in 2017. So this is finish number 4. From 5, she finished back in 2015. Margaret Gordon. Tuned up at the Snow Peaks Ultra in Provo, Utah back in June.
Yeah, one of the things I do love following is which event runners you prepare for Hardrock. Not because I ever have any designs on running Hardrock, but I would like to run some of the events that people use as a training monitor for Hardrock.
Yeah. From France, 59 years old. Finish number 55.
40, 46, 7. On the bottom.
Yeah. And Emily Wanless from South Dakota. We would have an eye out for her. She has some fans in the chat.
So Margaret is Ken Gordon's wife. No relation to Scott Gordon.
Okay, Ken Gordon. Sleuthing there.
Oh, I didn't sleuth anything. I just happened to read what Andrea shared.
Andrea.
Of course, it is somewhat rare simply because of how difficult it is to get into Hardrock. We have a brother pairing in this year's Hardrock. We do have a mother and son pairing that made it into Hardrock this year.
The Henrys.
Will be
Susan Henry and her son David.
Yeah.
The Curry brother pairing. Be an interesting one to crunch the data in terms of the sibling pairings and what the biggest spread between their finishing times is, because I would expect Nick's just about ready to wake up.
Yeah, I would assume that this is among the largest between the two of them. A couple of years ago, Jamil ran about a 40, 41 hour Hardrock. I know that he considered it to be a very challenging day. I think that was 2023, and I'm going to verify that.
But it was a few hours ago we were speculating he might be on that golden hour category. I don't think he's there. I think he's a good golden hour at this point.
So yeah, Jamil ran a 43:28 in 2024. So
last time they were in this direction.
Yeah, and that year Nick finished 10th for the time of 30:34. So there was about 13 hours split between the brothers there.
This year, I think Nick dipped under.
Yeah, Nick had a masterful run in the second half of the event, going from outside of the top 7th overall, 29:53. And the split hasn't always been wide one way or the other. I mean, I know that in some years had run a whole lot of. I know that I think that there were a few years where the two of them paired up with other runners that they've been friends with for a long time, such as Anthony Culpepper and James Bonet, that they ran together. I know that Nick and ran for a while here with and ran together with Megan Slavin a bit in the early going. Meg is so I'm trying to gauge where she's at. She's either very close to or just over the Little Giant. Her tracker has not pinged in quite a while.
Those keeping track at home, Jamel did leave Cunningham around. Right? Runners around this 3 are are doing this section in about 4 hours. We'd be expecting 12:30, 1 o'clock, 1:30 finish for Jamil.
Yeah, Jamil going, maybe about a 6:45 last mile at Western States. It was pretty
Yeah.
dang that last year. It was a little bit humiliating for somebody who was excited to run at midnight.
I know. I was too. He just
It was us and Jake Bonet.
Yeah.
Maybe Paul was there too, but yeah, we had a little crew hanging out with Jamil last year at States. Going to be well under a golden hour finish here at Hardrock. Has a pretty good pacer in Rachel Entricate, so he should be in good hands.
Again, coming in from Cunningham, 10 miles. The first 2.3 or 4 is just straight uphill, a 800-foot climb. The final 30 run into the climb. It's kind of divided into 4 parts, not of equal distance. Most technical, right off the head wall, then a gravel road section that it's about 3.5 miles, then a single track section that rolls along the Animas River towards town, and then last weekend on.
So our last handful of runners, it looks like we have 4 runners yet to depart Maggie Gulch. And those runners are actually going to have about 7 hours to go that last 15 miles. And we'll give a shout out for their names, so it gives you somebody to follow and cheer for as their journey winds down. You're going to be looking for Tori O'Farrell, Megan Brandon Parker, and Katarina Della.
Oh, good. We did have Katarina P at Maggie. Yes, just is that a 9:05?
So
we don't have her.
She didn't ping at Maggie yet. These are the runners that have yet to depart Maggie. So,
sorry. Okay.
Yeah. So she was showing 4.18 miles to Maggie, 48 minutes ago. So assuming, even a pretty modest moving speed, probably about a mile and a half out from Maggie at this point. Definitely not insurmountable.
Yeah, she's in range.
Yeah, absolutely. So
curious about Tori O'Farrell from BC. It was a good 4 hours ago that she entered. 3 hours ago.
Well, the luxury of getting to Maggie is the fact that, if you got there by this point, you really probably can take a nice
You probably can take a nap.
Also want to shout out to last year's DFL Ann Angena. Is it Angena or Anninga? Ann, as it were. Ann came in off the course last year, our DFL, finishing 7 minutes under the gun, 47.53. The way Ann is moving, definitely not leaving things to chance this year.
No. Learned her lesson.
Absolutely. And we are looking forward to following your finish here, perhaps the golden hour yet again, but no matter how you slice it, a finish is a finish, and we can't wait to call it. So our next anticipated finishers could be Emily Wantless, perhaps.
Yep, she's got some fans in the chat, a South Dakota runner.
So Emily Wantless, perhaps Alan Marikovich, Andrew Barney, Greg Salveson. So Greg ran Hardrock last in 2023. Also had a finish in 2021 and 2018. So is a true hard rocker already, 2017. So this is 5. Looks like this is going to be finish number 6 for Greg here at Hardrock.
Keep entering, keep your qualifiers. Magic happens.
I was speaking with a friend of ours here this afternoon, Gary Foreman.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Gary has been volunteering out at Ouray Aid for several years. And due to his volunteer multipliers, as well as the numbers he's been trying to get into this event, he's looking and he believes that by his estimation, and he has a PhD in astronomy, so I figure that anybody knows math, it's Gary. He believes that he's going to have, I think, 128 tickets next year. So
odds are getting better.
Yeah. So he is, on one hand, very excited. On the other hand, realizing that he really is going to have to start the training cycle real soon.
Grand Western States, was it last year?
Yeah, he got cut off at the river. Was not a great day for him, but I eagerly anticipate seeing him have a great day out here in the San Juans.
Just past 41 hours on the clock, a little bit less than 7 hours to go in 2026 Hardrock 100. More than half of the starters, more than half of the runners still on the course yet to finish. Everybody past Pole Creek, all but 3 in and out of Maggie, which is about mile 86. 15-mile stretch between Maggie Gulch and the finish line here at Silverton. It's 2 more 13-foot climbs from Maggie up and over Buffalo Boy Ridge, down a little bit to cross Cinnamon Pass Road, back up to the top of Green Mountain. Huge descent down to Cunningham. Huge ascent up Dives Little Giant, and then run into town. So 7 hours to go that 15-plus miles is doable. You want to move. Again, the overall average needed to finish Hardrock in under 48 hours is around 28-minute miles. There are certainly places on the course where you're lucky to muster 40-minute miles.
Yeah,
like that last big climb. Like that last big climb, yeah.
Somebody was asking about the podium present. Somebody was asking about the podium presentation. I want to get this out of the way before we go to a quick break. The podium presentation will be the class of 2026 Hardrock graduation. That will be starting at 9 a.m. local time as part of the breakfast festivities. We'll talk about that coming up here through the night. We do have some time to undertake some side quests, but we're going to take a quick break. This is the 2026 Hardrock 100 Endurance Run presented by Ultra. We'll be right back.
Flip that.
Ultra Fit, with room for your toes to crush your run, not your feet. Ultra, stay out there.
Believe has always been one of my biggest mantras. I carry it in my head when I'm running. It gives me joy and keeps me going. I never thought I would carry it on my wrist one day.
You wore your vintage coat like it was armor, and talked about some band I'd never heard of. I ran right past the station, chasing shadows. But I was keeping score behind my teeth. You're my teeth! And I don't care about your art school friends. And I don't care how this stupid story ends. Go write your thesis on someone who cares. I'll run it down the street, run it down the stairs. You thought you had me figured out, but I'm just running on my own. Can't believe you left me here. Don't ever think you can call me on my phone.
Hmm? I'm talking. Is it a hot mic? We are here at the finish line of the Hard Rock 100 Endurance Run presented by Ultra. Just over 41 hours in it. Runners making their way back here to Silverton, finishing that loop around the San Juans. 53 finishers in. I think that means that we have 68 runners still on course. Let me verify that. 68 runners by my amateur math. Had a chuckle with Director Dale Garland about sleep schedules or lack thereof over the last 2 hours. Of course, Dale, the most unusual is there at the finish line, runner here at how sweaty, how sleepy, how many times they fell. Dale doesn't care about a little bit of dirt for him. Celebrate. At over 30 years for Hard Rock's inaugural run back in 1992, and Dale is the only run director this event has ever known. First Warden Andy Jones Wilkins hanging with you through the overnight to capture these remaining final finishers over the last 7-ish hours of remaining. Of course, after the final finisher has come in, we will have a short break, at which point we will head over to Memorial Park and be prepared to present the diploma ceremony. Hard Rock graduation is the way they like to term it, where all of the runners who completed their loop around the San Juans get recognized and are offered their finisher's diploma. Of course, that is a copy of this year's run poster. A photo by the incomparable Howie Stern of Scotty Mills heading up Grant Swamp Pass, which really, if you look around online, you can find this photo, and it really shows how amazing that Grant Swamp Pass section of the course is in either direction. Either you're climbing up and it is absolutely brutal, or it is downhill year and you get to watch people tumble and roll and slide down an absolutely wild scree field. Expecting perhaps Alan Barikovich, Andrew Barney, or Christian Broilette to come in next. Perhaps Emily Wanless, Greg Salveson, Jay Hunt, and Brian Pickett shortly thereafter. Other runners who are coming down off that Little Giant descent: Wendy Wheeler Jacobs, Kedrick Osborne, Jitka O'Farrell, Jamil Curry, Zach Wilson, Andy Pearson. Those are the runners, and Garrett Christensen are the runners that we have seen that have made it up to the top of that last wall on the course. The ironically named Little Giant, the final 13,000 foot ascent of the Hardrock course. There is nothing little about Little Giant. Hearing from Jordan in our ears that does Little Giant, the existence of Little Giant, mean that there is a big giant? It would stand to reason. Perhaps another name for Handy's Peak is Big Giant, of course. Handy's Peak, the high point of the Hardrock course, for 14,000 feet. Runners in this direction hit it after the station at Grouse Gulch. The Handy's ascent of Hardrock in this direction, where they climb up to 14,000 feet, happens about just over 100K in about mile 63, which is pretty wild if you think about it, because runners have to endure a basically 5,000 feet of vert at that point to get up to the highest point of the course. Of course, they had to be there well before this point, but last night I know that there were many runners heading up and over Handy's in the dark. And from what I hear, the stars out there were pretty wild last night. Fletcher in the chat, been following the route via Street View in Google Maps, and some of the sections are almost invisible where rocky. He knows the course is marked, but how on earth are they navigating so well at night? I am going to assume that is a technology factor. If you're running Hardrock, you are downloading the course GPX file onto your probably pretty fancy watch, and you are using every bit of technology at your disposal. What really blows my mind is back in your day when your night headlamps were basically consisting of torches dipped in kerosene and flat coke as your main source of power. How did you all do it back in the day, AW?
Hey, first of all, don't knock flat coke. I might need one of those in a little while to get us through this night here. But the course, I mean, for 30 years, the marking of the course is a science and an art. Charlie Thorne, one of the founders of the race, begins the course marking process about 10 days before the race, and markers, they're pretty common now in the sport of ultra running. But Hardrock sort of pioneered the use of reflective markers, and each marker has literally a metal. It's about 2 inches by 2 inches reflective panel that's attached to a ribbon, and you'd be surprised at how far that reflection gets picked up in even a dim headlamp from back in the Pleistocene era when I was running these things. So you can follow the course, and again, above tree line, there's a lot of sections where it's following, say, a faint game trail or something like that. But you put your head up and you put your beam into the distance, and you can kind of pick out the markers moving up the field, especially once you get above tree line. Most of them are stuck in the ground. There's not a whole lot of trees and branches to hang things on. There have been occasions in the past where the elk and the goats and the deer take the markers. So as you said, with technology, it's nice to have the course on your watch. But unfortunately, I'm old enough to remember the era before GPS watches. Frankly, old enough to remember the era when people ran Hard Rock in road shoes. I mean, my first Hard Rock, I remember a pair of Asics shoes, which are still around. And that was 2009. I did pretty well that year in my Asics.
Yeah, did you?
Cumuluses. I did. Yeah. While I have you, I share a story, kind of classic Hard Rock. Here we are. It's 11:17 on the Saturday night of Hard Rock, and I'm down in the gym getting a little bite to eat. They're slinging the food among the other volunteers is 26-time finisher Kirk Apt.
Yeah.
If you don't know who Kirk Apt is and you have a free moment, just go ahead and Google him. He's a Hard Rock legend. And just down there, he's going to be serving food to the runners all night long. I would venture to guess that 80% of them don't know who he is. He's not going to come to them. But to get your burger or your eggs served by a 26-time Hard Rocker is pretty cool. The other thing, just off to the side back there, just to give you an idea of the operation of Hard Rock, as I mentioned, while there is a buckle and a medal that runners after they finish, the real award Hard Rock is the limited edition print that is produced every year. This year, there's a beautiful photograph that Howie Stern took a couple of years ago of 70-year-old Scott Mills coming up and over Grand Swamp. This time he ran Hard Rock for his 10th Hard Rock finish. And every finisher receives this print in a cardboard tube at the award ceremony, the graduation ceremony, if you will. Well, there's a couple down there. They are handwriting, labeling each poster. You look at the bottom, there's a section, and their finishing time.
Just noticed that.
And
Yeah.
they're doing it right now. They've got the list of finishers as it's coming in, and they're labeling them, putting them in the tube, and sorting them out so that they're ready to go. And just mentioning to them that of all of the various things I've received over the years for running ultra marathons, I would say that my two Rock Hunter prints I got in 2009 and 2016 are most prized possessions. So it's really cool. So these are just examples of Hard Rock in action. Also did have a chance to chat real briefly with race director Dale Garland, because he realizes with about 7 hours and 40 minutes to go and almost 60 runners still out there.
Yeah.
There's not a whole lot of time.
Shout out we did get to people in the chat. Just Franklin mentioning watching from the Turkey Mountain Aid Station at Midnight Madness 50 miler in Tulsa, Oklahoma. And that reminds me that in my hometown of Phoenix, Arizona, Chandler to be more accurate, but there is an event going on right now as we speak, the Stunner Night Runs. And I wonder if there's anybody out at Stunner. They have distances ranging from 6K to 50K this evening. And I know that the 50K is still going on because nobody has finished yet. But I'm curious if anybody is out there at Stunner tuning in, paying attention, or if there is anybody at any runs or any races around the country. Feel free to check in, and we'll give the event that you are currently hanging out at a shout out.
Stunner Night Runs. Which park did they take place in the valley?
Stunner is at Usury. So a very runnable.
Yeah, that's pretty smooth out there.
Yeah, I remember my first time running out at Usury. It was my very first trail podium. I finished 3rd out of 13. I am not going to make any apologies for the size of the field or the fact that I finished 3rd in a small field. I'll take it. But I went out that night and I was warned not to take things too fast, but you have about 150 feet of drop that you don't realize because it's very sneaky downhill. And I looked down at my watch and I'm doing about 2 minutes faster than normal when I'm training on speed work. And I'm like, okay, I need to dial this back a little bit. And basically bought and scratched his blood after I made a wrong turn following Michael Miller down a wrong stretch of trail, and ended up in place that night. through a little bit of skullduggery when I turned my headlamp off, so the
nice.
M4 couldn't see me on a stretch of a levee. Shout out Jeff Foot, as I kind of maybe snuck one by him to get my first podium finish ever.
A good friend of the chat is saying hello to us, Chris. Golden Hour Greg.
Hey, Greg.
Golden Hour Greg's been around a while. Looks like he ran to you on the track.
He did. Yeah, no, I you know what? My opportunity a few weeks ago at Western States really was a dream come true to get a chance to see and meet all these wonderful people. You know, I've obviously been following the sport for many years, not as many as some, but well over a decade. And the opportunity to be in the studio on the call for finishes at Western States was truly a dream of mine. And after I got done with my shift, I did hang out at the finish line. That's just what you do. And got an opportunity to meet several runners, their crews, following along and watching the live stream coverage of Mountain Outpost. And a lot of that here, you know, I mean, the recognition and the appreciation that people show is really overwhelming at times. I feel so honored and privileged to get to work with you, AJW, and to get to share the stories of all of these runners. And when people do come up and introduce themselves, I am so flattered and so honored beyond belief. And you know, that's one of the fun things about Silverton is that, you know, went for a beverage at the Wyman the other night and met several people who had tuned into our coverage and really enjoy it. And we're looking forward to things this weekend. And some of you that I did meet over at the Wyman, I hope our coverage has been to your hopes and expectations.
Yeah, and I really appreciate that, Chris, because I mean, it was. I'm not a part of it, in large part because so much of my Western States life is just on the ground, being in the event, volunteering on the course, and meeting with friends and being part of it. But your work in particular overnight with Corinne Calvoy and Libby Jones was fantastic. Again, kind of keeping on the tradition that we're enacting right now of honoring every finisher from the front of the pack to the back of the pack. Sure, a ton of attention and lots of eyeballs are on the Ludos and the Courtneys of the world as they should be.
Sure.
But this is also trail and ultra running, and 99% of the rest of us out there, and the work that you and the team do at Western States, that we do at other races. I'm proud to be a part of it as well. A Golden Hour Greg, too, when you were remiss to not mention that he did report that he's tipping back a hazy little thing. Very good beverage, and he met me the year before in the exact same spot. Yeah, if you're looking for me, but pretty much for the last 25 years, if you want to find me in person, one way you're guaranteed to do that is just show up at Auburn, California, last Sunday noon, and go to the high school track at Sunday morning at 9 or so, and look for a loud guy with an Aloha shirt.
Well, they could end up mistaking you for Tropical John if that's the only descriptor that you provide.
Tropical John Medinger, of course, the finish line announcer on the PA system.
Actually, everybody wears a Hawaiian shirt out there at the finish line. You talk about Debo, Corinne, Malcolm. You know, all of you wearing these very vibrant, colorful palettes.
Many of the board members wear Hawaiian shirts on the weekend, Aloha shirts, as we like to call them. You know, one of that tradition was started by two 10-time finishers, Ray Scannell and Bill Davis, who finished their 10th race together, hand in hand, back in 1997. A legendary ultra running magazine cover. Check it out. If you come to the Air Vipa headquarters, you can check it out in person. But back when the track was still cinder, and they used to run in their Aloha shirts. And the tradition's been that way ever since. Of course, Gordy Ainsley, the race founder, he doesn't need a shirt.
No,
he typically eschews the shirt overall and just goes commando.
Well, talking about, you know,
not everybody embraces that.
You know, talking about runs such as Western States, such as Hardrock, one of the things I love, and you alluded to it earlier, and that's the sense of community and the return home on an annual basis for those people who spend associated with these kind of events. We talk about run director Dale Garland being the only run director this event has ever known. But of course, we know that we have a confirmed sighting of David Horton all over the place out here on course this year. 26-time finisher Kurt Apt helping out to volunteer. Think of other. What's so funny? Talk about a guy like Howie Stern. Howie, when Howie ran Hardrock last, I remember people were like, "Wow, you're running Hardrock this year," and he had to remind people. He said, "I've shot it 3 times. I've run it 12 times." But Robert Andrulis, Mongo, time finisher with 4 of them being the DFL. These runners have been a part of the history of this event who come back, in this case, every July to a homecoming in Silverton, Colorado to see and celebrate what they have been a part of in terms of historical context. That's what I love about this sport. Not with, obviously, your big ball sports, but you don't see necessarily Michael Jordan coming back to hang out at the All-Star game. That's small business every year. But when it comes to ultra running, I have a feeling that, today's superstars, your Ludos, your Courtneys, maybe when their day as the front runners in the field have come and gone, I believe that we would expect to see them still showing up at these events, whether they be here or whether they be in Auburn or Europe. I believe that they're going to still be out there celebrating the next generation, perhaps the next time greats that they have helped sire from a historical perspective.
I would. That's a really, really great point, Chris, and I appreciate you saying that. We sometimes throw the word community around somewhat loosely in the trail and ultra running world, but it's alive and well here at Hardrock, and I commend to anybody interested in learning more about that in general, and the Hardrock community in particular, to check out Billy Yang's film, The Gathering. It was about 10 years old now, and it really is the Hardrock 100 is really a family reunion and a college homecoming and a moment to one. And long before the advent of social media and cell phones, you just find your people here. You wouldn't have to text each other. You just know, hey, if you want to find Billy Simpson, you want to find Billy Stern, you want to find either of the Betsy's, you're going to find them. Here for about 10 days in Silverton, in Uray, Telluride, and most of all out on the trails. Often coming from all over the country and all over the world to sort of converge on this small, really isolated mountain town of Silverton. So it's cool. It's cool, and it's one of those things you kind of have to feel it to believe it.
Yeah, I would venture a guess that if we were to take that trophy that we can see sitting about maybe 10 feet from us and count the number of unique names on it, and then count the number of unique names that we see that we know for sure that are here, it would probably be a third of them. Over the course of the 30-plus year history of Hardrock, of course, with the inaugural running in 1992, and the trophy that we see in front of us here has the names of all the winners on both the men's and women's runs, and so many of those names. I mean, I can see from here, of course, running the event. You have Jeff Browning was out here course marking and pacing. You mentioned David Horton, the inaugural. These are names that I can see just from where I'm sitting to know that they are out here and a part of this year's Hardrock festivities.
And many of them are here, like Kirk out here at the breakfast spread, like Billy Simpson over in the Uray aid station. They're here just to be here.
Yeah,
just to be part of it, to pitch in, not necessarily for anything, for any extrinsic recognition or reward other than the intrinsic value, the feeding of the soul that comes from being here at Silverton.
On that note, we see 3 runners coming in to complete their loop around San Juan: Chris Burlett, Alan Burikovich, and Andrew Barney. Basically made their way to the edges of town closer. It looks like Christian is maybe a block or 2 out.
All right, Alan.
Alan is definitely on 14th Street, and Andrew is perhaps making his way just through or near the ski area. Alan in particular, of course, we're going to recognize Christian and Andrew as well, but Alan, yet another doubler.
Oh, all right, the third doubler.
But we can see people getting into position and hear them at the finish line. Christian Burlett, bib number 17. Another opportunity for us to analyze where he kisses the rock. Kiss cam, we got you.
Upper right.
At the end of the word endurance.
What do we have here, Chris?
Bib number 117, Christian Burlett. UTMB last year, Eiger Ultra Trail the previous year, Swiss Canyon the previous year.
From Switzerland, 51 years old.
Yeah. A whole lot of high profile, gnarly international runs. This looks to be his first, not only Hardrock, but perhaps first race in North America. So congratulations, Jen.
Just circling back one more time to refer to the gathering. It was mostly filmed during the 2017 Hardrock 100, which was also the internet, finishing the race with a dislocated shoulder, as well as massive thunderstorms caused many runners to sort of take shelter wherever they could, as well as some of the more sort of behind the scenes moments that make Hardrock such a cool event. So I encourage you to check it out.
And you know what? Maybe when we get a spare moment, it would be good for us to give a brief tutorial, and this would be me more asking you questions. Concept of hunkering down.
Oh yeah,
which is something that I have heard about in hushed tones and revered nervousness amongst those runners who have finished this event 10, 15 times.
One of highlight actually Christian's final section, Christian Brulé. As we've mentioned, most finishers at this stage in the pack have taken 3 hours and 40 minutes to get home from Cunningham. Under 3 hours.
Fantastic.
2 hours, 52 minutes from Cunningham to the finish. So that's a juice in your legs this late in the day. So congratulations, Christian, Switzerland.
Runners that were in the top 10 or top 15 who did not run this final split that fast.
Yeah.
That's an absolutely
That's a nice
fantastic
feeling.
play.
You can't always make it happen, but man, is it a nice feeling to get to the last part of the race. You'll have some pep in your legs enough that you can kind of make a little charge at the end. It has nothing to do with your pace or ultimately even your time, but just the feeling of being able to finish strong. You can carry that into the next time you sign up for one of these.
Yeah, shout out Christian for a fantastic, strong finish here at Hardrock, finishing that last stretch in under 4 hours. Again, rarefied air at this point. We would expect to see another couple of runners here coming in very quickly.
Yep, we're keeping an eye out for Emily Wanless from South Dakota, and as well as Alan Barichevich from Santa Rosa, California. American for Utah.
Also, Greg Salveson, perhaps a little bit further up the trail. Jay Hunt,
right?
Ryan Pickett.
Our director is mentioning Andrew Barney's an old training partner of his from back in the day in the Wasatch.
We can hear people in the background. You can see the applause. This must be our. Let's get confirmation.
Andrew Barney, by the way, has 178 ultra finishes and ultra sign up. No spring chicken. Acorn last month, actually less than a month. 3 weeks. Yeah.
Oh,
right to the left of the birds.
And 109 or 108.
Alan Burichevich.
Alan Burichevich,
Rosa.
completing the Western States Hardrock double in a 13-day turnaround time.
All right. We have 3 doublers in the house. Alan is the third one. Yeah, Gower is the second, was the first one across the line to complete the double, and the second Mark Marzin from Lakewood, Colorado. So there's 2 there.
Yeah,
5 total this year.
Gangkin and Vishal Sani are the remaining. Interestingly, Alan was of the 5 doublers the 4th, and actually Alan and Vishal came in at Alan,
nice.
Moving up to 3rd in this year's as it comes to the Hardrock side of the equation. Alan celebrating yet another run finish here. Of course, sounds like this is his first Hardrock, but a second big time run and big time race in the last 14 days.
Time to put the feet up, Alan.
He's probably like running next weekend.
Yeah.
High months, got something coming up in 3 weeks or something. That's just how some of these people roll. Oh, surprisingly, no, Alan doesn't have anything on the docket on his Ultra sign up. So,
kept the calendar clear. Got some noise behind us. Typically, as the runners, after they some food, visit.
Yeah, that was his 4th 100K plus a run in the last few months. And Lake Sonoma 100K in April, Quicksilver in May, Western States in June, and now Hardrock in July.
A serial racer. I think you remember Greg Salveson's name as a backpotter. He did
that would make sense.
217 miles back in February at the 48 hour.
That would make sense. Of course, we do cover the Jackpot US ATF 100-mile championship. Like to do as we're out there is take note of the other distances and times taking place. So our folks have a 100-miler. We do try and give a shout out of to who's leading 6 hour, 24 hour, etc., 48 hour, that kind of thing.
In the event that you may have thought this sport do crazy stuff, just a couple of months ago, Greg participated in an event called the Infinitus in Ripton, Vermont, which is just outside of Middlebury. And Infinitus is an 888K event.
I've seen
not a misprint.
I've seen that name come up when looking at various runners' resumes, and I know nothing about it. I've always meant to check it out, but yeah, an 888K that takes place up in the East seems intriguing. Again, something that does not appeal to me on a personal competitive level, but I would love to learn more about the event. So one of these years, I'm going to actually go and do a deeper dive in that event.
It's a 240-hour cutoff.
So 10 days, yeah.
And it notes that you will regret this. This won't shock you, Chris, but Greg was the only finisher. He did it in 215 hours. We'll be looking for Greg in a bit here. So something like 48 hours at Jackpot or Western States that he did back in 2025.
That's like a warm-up.
Yeah. Does have a finish at Hennepin, sub 24. Oh, sorry, that's Greg Salvesen.
so he can scoot too.
Alan Barichevich from Santa Rosa, California, our most recent finisher.
So for those of you who tuning in, of course, Ludo Pomeray finished just over 20 hours ago. And in just a few moments, I'm going to get my numbers and analysis together, and we're going to check to see where things are hopping at the back of the pack here, so we can recognize those runners when they come in. At last glance, Katerina Della is our current DFL paced runner. Let's see if that has changed at all.
I know there's Chris, while I have a second, I know
Sure.
there's a fair number, like myself, of running shoe geeks out there, and it's always fun to see what the top runners have on their feet at Hardrock every year. The men, Ludo Pomeray, a Hoka prototype that most experts looked like a new updated version of the Tecton.
Okay.
Tecton has the built-in indicator. Jimmy Elam with the Norda 055, and David Ayala with the normal Keurig 02. And on the women, on the feet of the women, Courtney DeWalter with a Solomon prototype, very much designed after a previous shoe. Kareth Arnold with an Ultra prototype that looks a lot to some of the experts, like inspired by the Mont Blanc and the Olympus, and Tara Dower in her rusty, trusty Ultra Mont Blanc carb.
I want to shout out to a very special individual who we just happened to see swing through the studio, and that's Tony Hill.
Tony Hill, the busiest man in ultra running.
Tony Hill has been a part of our team for years, and known for his Chronicles series of various events that we cover. And his Hard Rock Chronicles this weekend are yet another example of the ability to not only capture some great moments on the course, but also turn them around and put them in through a very nice production detail in very short order. I mean,
it's incredible how quickly Tony turns.
Filming to start, and 2 hours later, all of a sudden he's like, "Here, I've got a segment." It's like, wow, that's fantastic. So Tony Hill, we will be sharing a few of those
Chronicles, which
the overnight.
Gives us a little bit of a break from time to time. But just go ahead onto YouTube and just type in Hard Rock Chronicles. You can go ahead and go Kona Chronicles as well, by the way. Several years ago, back there, kill a whole day.
More than that.
More than a day.
Tony put together a ton of amazing content, but right now the moment belongs to our newest finisher. Looks like
it looks like with a kilt, lower right. And Andrew Barney, 10th Hard Rock finish. Thank you, Tony's given us.
Recognize Andrew from previous runs, and if he had seen him around these parts.
Andrew Barney, absolutely, yeah. So as Zach was mentioning, a ton of bighorns as well. Rocky Mountain Slam last year. That's for tough mountain races. It was the Bear, Wasatch, Crazy Mountain, and Dre for him, and through Hard Rock. And Hard Rock and Ure 1 week apart last year. He's having a quick chat with Dale, as is customary here. His first Hard Rock for Andrew Barney. You got to go all the way back. Scrolling down here. He ran his first Wasatch in 2008. Wait a minute, I remember that year. If I remember correctly, yes, indeed, Jeff Rose, 2001. The guy who finished second place, Chris, is sitting next to you, an hour and a half behind Jeff Rose. An hour and a half. And get this, I was at the right aid station. It was about mile 75, and I was 6 minutes behind him. He beat me by an hour and a half. Do the math, man. Talk about the wheels falling off. Well, that was Andrew Barney's first Wasatch, now 18 years ago. It was just a little while later that he did to his first Hard Rock in 2009, which was also my first Hard Rock. Andrew Barney has Kachina Mosa, a classic 100 in Utah. The Bear.
So impressive.
Yeah, Andrew Barney.
Andrew, our most recent finisher. Congratulations to him.
53 years old.
Oh, I'm gutted for this one. Actually, you know what? My splits are looking a little bit funky. I'm going to reformat them and confirm what I'm looking at for a prognostic. Yeah, I really when I saw Tony here, I wanted to give him his due because it takes so much effort on all our parts to provide this coverage, these live streams here on Mountain Outpost, and sometimes people don't get the due they truly deserve. And in Tony's case, that would be a damn crime.
Oh yeah, I remember my Cocodona finish, which was last year. I was literally stumbling down Eldon at the end of the race. Well, it actually wasn't quite. Should have been the end, but it didn't feel like the end. And there I see Tony. Hey, AJW, big, huge pack. It's the middle of the night, dark. And I'm like, Tony, what are you doing? You're going the wrong way. And he's going up big, heavy pack with like cameras and all sorts of stuff to be part of the crew that was filming the cutoff for Dylan Harris, that incredible film of that year. He went up to that ridge that's right across the top of the Eldon climb to get some of this incredible footage of those back of the pack runners, and amazing accomplishment.
So it looks like, looking at the back of the pack, we have 3 runners yet to arrive or depart Maggie Gulch at mile 86 to 5 mile 87. Of course, from there, they do have about 5 miles to get to Cunningham. And they have to be out of Cunningham by 2 a.m., which will give them 4 hours to head up and over at Little Giant to the finish. So our potential DFLs that we're going to be following for some golden hour magic: Tori O'Farrell out of British Columbia, Megan Cogswell of Colorado Springs, and Katarina Della out of Boulder, Colorado. Those are your current back of the packs right now. Everybody else has at least made it to Maggie Gulch and out.
Sadly, it does look like Auburn, California's Charles McNulty has stopped racing.
Yeah, and I saw that Brandon Parker was registering as a DNF as well. And we did talk about Brandon being an Indigenous runner. Yeah, and I was gutted to see that. As I mentioned, Brandon was one of the runners profiled for this event by the Rising Hearts account on Instagram, a community that elevates Indigenous voices and community to foster meaningful connection through movement and advocacy. Brandon, we were really looking forward to your finish, but we know you had to have left it all out there. But we're also going to be keeping an eye out for Utica Fields, also highlighted by Rising Hearts, bib number 136. One of the things that I feel like we try our best to do is recognize Indigenous runners at these high-profile events, and love seeing and learning the cut off. We had some magical stories at the back of the pack in last year's Cocodona, but hoping that Utica Fields is able to get it done. Seem to be moving pretty well. Utica Fields out of Tulsa, Oklahoma, is through Cunningham. Actually just left Cunningham about 80 minutes ago. So probably in good position to finish. Looking forward to seeing him get back here to Silverton.
With the finish of Andrew Barney and the subsequent drop of Charles McNulty, we are just about at the halfway mark, Chris. We have 58 finishers in and 60 still out there, right about the halfway. Our next finisher will be the halfway point. Put that in perspective, we're just closing in on the 42-hour mark.
Of course, that means you and I have just over, as well as the runners, have just over 6 hours to go in our Hardrock 2026 journey. Of course, our journey emanates from the gymnasium, and
Right.
theirs is from all over the San Juan.
Incredible range of backgrounds still out on the course. Just to run down a quick number of states, we're waiting for Emily Wanless from South Dakota, Greg Salveson from New Mexico, Brian Pickett from Tennessee, Kedrick Osborne and Jay Hunt from Colorado, Wendy Wheeler-Jacobs from Oregon, another Tennessee runner, Zach Wilson, Andy Pearson from LA, Jitka O'Farrell from Lakewood, Colorado, Jamil Curry from Phoenix, Arizona, Anna Oaks from Bellingham, and it goes on.
Jamil is really charging in the second half of this year's Hardrock. At earlier points, he was looking like he was working through it. I want to say at one of the aid stations. I'll see if I can verify this. It might have been Grouse. He might have been one of the final people to get in there.
Let's take a look real quick. Yeah, I mean, I know midday we were thinking, wow, he might be tracking for a golden hour.
Yeah, so Jamil Curry, use highlight Grouse here on my end. So yeah, Jamil.
Back.
So Jamil was one of the final 20 runners to get to Grouse Gold.
Oh, really? Wow!
Earlier today, I was surprised when I happened to look and see where he was at, and maybe at that point he was working through some things. Of course, we've seen that from many runners when with an event such as this. It's just part of the game. But
looks like he's over the summit of Little Giant.
Yeah,
closing in on the crossing of Arrastra Creek.
Rallying strong.
And based on departure times out of Cunningham, we would expect a little bit of blurry finishers now for the next little bit.
Yeah, keep an eye out for Greg Salveson and Emily Wanless. But it looks like they might be a few minutes out. So let's take a moment to talk about something we were gonna broach earlier. And ATW, that's the concept of hunkering down. In an event such as Hardrock, where you spend so much time above the tree line, it creates this exposure to the elements that not a lot of runners perhaps are used to or prepared for. Can you talk about hunkering down, and have there been any experiences with you at this or any other events where you've had to do so?
Yeah. You know, the timing of the race is quite deliberate in that it's time to be late enough in the season. It's not the case this year, but late enough in the season where much of the snow that's typically on the course is melted, but early enough in the season, the monsoon cycle of typical afternoon thunderstorms hasn't come in full force. But in a typical year, there are afternoon thunderstorms literally every day here in the San Juan. We've been blessed with none of them this year. But I would say more often than not, you're going to get hit with afternoon thunderstorms, hail, high winds here at Hardrock. And from time to time, storms are so bad, especially if you're up above the tree line, and part of the reason the original 48-hour cutoff was put in was to allow time for potentially hunkering down in the midst of those thunderstorms. So the 2017 race to which I referred had a series of huge thunderstorms, both on the first afternoon and the second afternoon, during which runners had to hide behind and sort of not under rocks, but certainly behind and down below large boulders to get under anything they could to try and actually pick up the pace to get down to tree line before the storms got really bad, and or to stay in an aid station down below tree line when they might be ready to go, knowing that there's a thunderstorm up there. So hunkering down during thunderstorms is part of the race. The race does a really good job of, preparing people for it and knowing that you might have it. If you're one of those people who has fears of thunder and lightning, it can be challenging. Perhaps only exceeded if you have fears of heights.
If you have fear of heights, I don't know if you're running hard.
Yeah, this might not be what to do. But that's the concept of hunkering down. And you hear often after the fact really funny stories where, three people sort of gather together and they're just kind of hugging each other behind a rock or something for 15, 20 minutes. Or you've heard stories of they look across the valley and see a tent of a backpacker and they sort of run over, leave the course and run over and duck into the backpack, knock on the backpacker's tent and crawl in the tent with them. And that stuff happened here.
Oh, yeah.
And so it's just part of the race. It's part of being out in the wild and tough environment of Hardrock.
And, on a personal level, to try and tie that in, I've gone up Handies multiple times, one time with friends and one time with my son. As you're heading up above the tree line, especially on that second climb out of American Basin up to the Handy summit, I know for a fact, having talked to runners who have run Hardrock multiple times, one of the things that they do when they're heading up and over Handies, if the elements are even the least bit threatening, is they're starting to eyeball big rocks, boulders, which they can kind of move up against and take shelter, not necessarily to stay dry, although that does help, but it's more so because lightning strikes are a real potential danger here on course.
Yeah. Adam Campbell that year in 2017, he was multiple time top 5 finisher. Actually, got struck on survived, but he did get struck on the flanks of Handies in 2009. The first time I ran it, I saw it coming in. It was the opposite direction of this year, so it was counterclockwise. We were descending down into Grouse Gulch, and I got to you drop down the main part of Handies, you get into American Basin. It was really snowy that year. You sort of wind your way up, you get over that saddle. At the time I got to that saddle and looked down towards Grouse, I saw the storm coming in. The other runners I was with saw the storm coming in. And the choice we made ended up being the right choice, but we didn't know about it at the time, was to just hammer down the hill and get down there before it really set in.
Yeah, that's one thing I will say. It has been a few years since that has been a consideration. I don't remember any huge storms the last few years.
No, I think, in fact, all 4 years we've done live stream, I think it's been relatively thunderstorm free.
Yeah, well,
I hope we didn't just jinx it,
right? Coming up to Silverton for the last decade, I do remember the first few years, 2017, 18, 19, having, I wasn't out on, the Hardrock course, but maybe being out on hikes and having the weather turn on a dime. One of the things that I was always taught, anecdotally, was that if you're going to go out and you're going to hike to maybe Ice Lake, Columbine, Highland Mary, or Handy, that you want to get going as early as possible in the day, because the afternoon is where the weather can really perform unexpectedly. And that's something I do know for a fact has happened. Just hanging out in town, things are bright sunshine. You're having your coffee at the Coffee Bear out on the upstairs deck, and then by 1 p.m., 1:30, all of a sudden you're hesitant to go outside because it's all of a sudden pouring.
Yeah, and that the direction opposite this year, the counterclockwise, the lead runners are kind of around Handies at that time.
Yeah,
which is really sort of kind of literally the lightning rod of the course.
Yeah,
we've hit midnight. It's officially Sunday. We've got 6 hours left on the clock, and this is Hardrock. We're getting into the thick of it. We're just about halfway through finishers, which is amazing since Ludo Palmere finished over 20 hours ago, almost 21 hours ago.
Yeah. Shout out, I see Sherm Bia in the chat. Sherm, a longtime follower of our live streams, Arizona guy. Very proud of the effort. We talked about Brandon Parker, one of our Indigenous runners. Sherm and his wife also runners of indigenous background. We're still looking to see Yatika Fields come in. He came through Cunningham Gulch, so looking good on that. We'll be keeping an eye out for him. But we do expect very shortly our next couple runners to come in, thinking Greg Salveson, Emily Wanless,
Brian Pickett from Tennessee. Looks like he might be on his way.
as well as another runner whose tag is being shielded from my sight. Let's see here. That is Jay Hunt.
Name rings a bell. And Cedric Osborne from Sterling Ranch, Colorado.
Yeah, it looks like those runners have all potentially hit that Arostra Creek crossing. Maybe a little bit further back, Wendy Wheeler Jacob, Mel Curry, Jitka O'Farrell, Andy Pearson, Zach Wilson. I know that on a personal level, I'm a huge fan, and I know that there have been a lot of people following along to see Meg Slavin finish. Meg had been in and out of the top 10 in the women's field earlier on, but Meg has actually made her way up to the top of Handy's, is on that descent. And they're really, I'm sorry, not Handy's, Little Giant. You're right.
Give me in trouble if she's on Handy's.
Yeah, that's true. Things have gone terribly wrong.
Adventure.
But Meg coming down off Little Giant, heading into Little Giant Basin early enough that I can still probably say she's in some treacherous territory heading down that last stretch. But once she is able to get off of that little scree field, and maybe in the next half mile or so, should be in good shape to kind of get in cruise control for that final few miles.
And I think this is a good point to mention as well at this time. While we are objective journalists covering the race, a lot of these folks are our friends, and so don't be surprised if one of us duck out of here after one of these folks finish to say hi. I think perhaps of Jamil, or a little further down Dan Ryan. We might jump out there and say hi.
Well, my inclination would be to tell Jamil to come in here, but I know that he won't.
That's right.
Of course, I'm sure that Jamil is going to want nothing more than to go and take a nap, because I have no doubt this is what's going to happen next. I'm going to chart out Jamil's next 8 hours. He's going to come in and he's going to finish Hardrock in maybe an hour or less, and then he's going to be greeted by his family. I'm assuming his parents are out there, perhaps his son Tag, and friends, Anthony Culpepper, Rachel Entrican, who's pacing him right now. They're all going to have a great time, take their photos at the Rock, and that'll maybe take another 30 minutes. And then Jamil is going to try feverishly to go and get some rest, but people are going to stop and talk to him, maybe take another 30, 45 minutes of his time away. But then Jamil will go and take a nap on a couch at a condo here in town somewhere, maybe get about an hour and a half of sleep in after a 42, 43-hour Hardrock. And then maybe wake up and start getting ready to do tomorrow's live stream from Memorial Park. And probably, despite the fact that he is going to be one of the people receiving the diplomas, probably going to also be filming those people receiving the diplomas.
He'll also check his phone a couple of times and see how the coverage has been going.
Oh, he's been doing that all the time.
He'll check the Mountain Outpost channels.
He's making notes on our conversations right now.
I need to see if I've done anything or said anything stupid. Yeah, that sounds like Jamil's next 8 hours. I would agree with you on that.
But we are anticipating his next hour or two to be yet another finish here at Hardrock. I think this might be his eighth finish?
Number 9.
Number 9.
Number 9, yeah, that's what he told me. Third in this direction.
He and his brother Nick have been a part of this run for a long time. I do remember back in the day when Nick and Jamil were still, maybe in the 3-4 finish range, back when they still had the veterans pool in the Hardrock lottery. Back before they changed it entirely to the finishers pool, there was the Nevers finishers, and then the veterans pool. The veterans pool was for the 5+ finishers. And once you made it to the veterans pool, it was game on.
Yeah.
Your odds of getting back into Hardrock through the lottery were somewhere in the 80% range or above. And I do remember Jamil trying very hard to hit the 5 I remember when Nick got to 5 the following year, I asked him whether he was going to be putting in for Hardrock, and he actually surprised me by telling me no. And I said, didn't want to run it. He said, well, not this year. I said, well, won't that improve your odds for the following year? And he explained to me what veteran status meant, and he said that his odds of getting in would have been 88%.
Yeah.
And he didn't want to enter and then have to withdraw.
Yeah, that was an interesting couple of years. There was never gotten in about a third of the lottery entrants. The veterans, 5 or more, and then they, in classic Hardrock style, they named the other category everyone else.
Yes.
Which was finishes from 1 to 4.
Which is very confusing for those who didn't know.
Yeah.
Like, you would think finishers, but yeah, everyone else is what
Everyone
it was called.
else. In fact, they shortened it to else. So when they pulled the tickets, they pulled them from the nevers, the veterans, and the else. I know I was in the else category for a couple of years there.
Of course, now they have gone to a model where there is the finishers and non-finishers.
And even more importantly, it's divided out by men and women's.
That is correct.
So technically, there are 2 lotteries divided into 2 parts.
Yep.
Is the best way of putting it. There's a veterans lottery, a never run the race before lottery, and then within each one of those, there's a women's lottery. So women's veterans, men's veterans, women never run, men never run. Particular number of slots allocated to each of those categories, and wait lists allocated in those categories. And only if those wait lists are exhausted do you bump to another wait list.
Well, what I remember, there was a year or 2 where Hardrock was transitioning out of the veteran else never model, where they were making their initial foray into balancing the numbers, ensuring that the women's run matched that of the applicant, where there were actually 6 different lottery pods for Hardrock.
Yeah.
And
I think that was part of why they moved to the 2 times 2. And again, your odds, the more times you finish it, are still high. They're not 88%. But, on that finisher side, it's a relatively simple algorithm. You get the number of tickets based on the number of finishes you've had plus 1.
Yeah.
Right? The 1. So if you finished it 6 times, like Ben Wyrick has, if he enters the lottery next year, he'll have 7 tickets.
Yeah.
Pretty simple. The formula for the nevers, much more complicated.
Oh, it's wild. As I mentioned, I have a friend who is looking and I think he is at the 128 ticket level. And I know that there are people who have been in that lottery much longer who have, I believe that your number doubles through each year. And of course, like if you, it used to be 5 times, every 5 times you volunteered, your tickets would get another double. But now they've changed to 3, like every 3 years you double. So my friend Gary, I believe, went from 8 tickets to 128 over the course of like 2 years.
And there's a chance everything doubles. So you go 128, 256, 512. Chance next year that we'll have our first lottery with 1,024 tickets.
Yeah.
That is 512 times 2.
Yeah. And that's just
that blows my mind.
And that's just how the math works for some of these highly sought after races, these runs.
It was funny in the chat early in the broadcast on Friday. There was somebody mentioned, hey everybody, do you guys think the luster has gone off of Hardrock? And someone else chimed in, yeah, I really do. You should stop entering the lottery. It's kind of like, Arizona's terrible. Don't move here. We get that a lot, right?
Talking about Hardrock, I do remember, of course, we're going to be seeing Jamil Curry come in and finish in a little bit. I think I saw somebody asking Jamil and Nick at one of the early aid stations at the expense of showing the leaders at Grand Swamp Pass. And their stand was that it's a big deal in the sport and a high profile runner, which is true, absolutely true. However, him also being the guy in charge, he would have our hides if we had pivoted away from the, Ludo or Schlarb or Courtney or Tara coming off of Grand Swamp Pass in order to show him filling his bottles of KT.
Good point. Yes.
So
we would get a little talking to about that.
Absolutely. But at this point, he's not going to have a choice,
right?
Because
Oh,
at some point, the floor is going to be his when he draws to a finish here.
Little bit of a little bit of a delay or a hiatus here in finishes. We are hearing some hubbub behind us. I'm guessing crews are tracking their runners and gathering finishers. That happens especially this time of night. People might go back to their Airbnb or whatever, keep track of where the runner is, and then get out here to see the finish. 42 hours and 11 minutes in.
We are actually less than 2 hours away from the final course cut off.
Oh, that's
Cunningham
right.
Gulch, and we'll be keeping eyes on the back of the pack, those runners who have yet to get to Cunningham. At this point, I would assume, in your opinion, AJW, they need to be getting to or through fairly quickly. Can you describe that section from Maggie to Cunningham in detail for runners or for viewers who are wondering what these runners are in for?
Yeah, so Maggie Gulch sits in a little gulch. It's still relatively high. It's still just under 11,000 feet. It sits at mile 86.5. So you got about 15. Remember, the race is 101.8 miles. So you've got about 15 miles left to go when you hit Maggie. Out of the gulch, between Maggie Gulch and Cunningham, you have two climbs. Let's just call it that. They're not huge in length. The first one is over a beautiful ridge called Buffalo Boy Ridge. It is a switchback trail, but it's one of those. It's not particularly tight switchbacks, so it can be a little bit of a grind. It's all above tree line. You summit at Buffalo Boy Ridge. You actually run along the ridge for a little bit of time, and if you look to the east, you can look down and see Cinnamon Pass Road, which is a major road on the Alpine Loop, and you have about an 800-foot descent. Really nice descent. It's a little bit of a ball bearing kind of trail, but you can move pretty well on it till the very end, which when it just sort of drops to the road crossing. So again, about an 800-foot descent off of Buffalo Boy Ridge. You cross Cinnamon Pass Road. You're not allowed to have crews there. So in daylight, there might be a camera there, but there's not going to be anyone there now. And then once you cross that road, you begin to immediately climb up to the saddle of Green Mountain. That's only about 600 feet. You're all above 12,000 now. Even when you to Cinnamon Pass Road, you're still above 12,000 feet. And then the final pitch up to Green is really, really steep. Most years it's sort of filled with a gully of snow. I'm guessing this year it's not. Once you summit Green, it's about a 3.5, almost completely downhill, starts out pretty gradual, and then gets really steep in the last mile and a half down into Cunningham. So, yeah, I mean, as the crow flies, it's 6 miles, right, with two big climbs. You know, it's over. You're climbing over about 1,800 vertical feet. You're descending over vertical feet. But 2 hours right now would be hour and 45 minutes is kind of what you're going to need to get through that section. A lot of it will depend on how your downhill legs are doing. But assuming you have pretty good downhill legs, you can probably do that in 2 hours.
Also, one of the things about that descent heading into Cunningham Gulch is that you're going to see that aid station from a long way away.
Yeah. At nighttime, especially the lights. Even worse, you'll look across and see headlights going back up.
Oh yeah,
a Little Giant.
Because you're going from about 13,000 feet down to about maybe 10.5, and then you've got to go right back up to 13,000 feet. It is an extremely tough grind and section of the course. Aid Station Molly B, awesome follower in the chat, had a note that she's never completely understood the Hardrock lottery process. Heard talk about it, complaints about it, but wanted to learn more about it. The thing is you don't have to be a rocket scientist to figure out the Hardrock lottery, but it helps to be one if you're going to create it.
Right. By the way, I wanted, before we leave the descent off Green and the climb up Little Giant, Jason Green, who's a race director of the Yeti, runs back east, and just a longtime veteran of the sport and all-time skateboarder. In fact, his prize for the first place of winning the Yeti a 100-miler is a skateboard. He calls that section Green down to Cunningham and back up to Little Giant, the world's largest half pipe.
Oh, yeah. That makes sense.
It kind of is.
It looks like Emily Wanless has hit the streets of Silverton.
All right, Emily, South Dakota. Emily Wanless has some fans in the chat.
Expecting to see Greg Salveson as well. Looking like he might be getting close. Followed not too far back by Jay Hunt. These runners have cleared the Aroostook Creek crossing by several miles. Jamil Curry, Andy Pearson, Kedrick Osborne, Zach Wilson, Jitka O'Farrell, Brian Pickett, and Wendy Wheeler Jacobs, all right in that area. So we could be getting.
Oh, yeah, that looks like a little bit of a rush.
Like 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 finishers perhaps in the next hour, which would be a high volume hour for a non-golden hour.
Again, our next finisher likely be Emily Wanless, puts us at halfway. Half of the people remaining on the course. We're going to be at 59 in and 59 still out. This is the Mountain Outpost YouTube channel, Hardrock 100 2026 edition, presented with support from Ultra, Andy Jones Wilkins, and Chris Warden. Coming to you all the way until the final finisher at 6 a.m. No rest for the weary as we bring you this coverage. Thank you all for tuning in. We really appreciate it. Mark Vega's still alive, still awake, run long after 60, keeping an eye on young lazy deadhead Cliff Matthews.
Looks like Dan Ryan is finishing up that descent into Cunningham.
Yeah, I've got my friend. Oh, by the way, I was mentioning this to Dale outside. I do think Dan, he's assembled somewhat of a celebrity team, and he's got Abby Hall, the Western States champion from 2025, pacing him now.
How do these people? How does Dan get these people?
He's Dan. He's
well connected.
He's Dan Ryan. But yeah, I was chatting with Sarah Wallace, his crew. She's gonna fire me a text, I think, when he gets through Cunningham, just give me a little update on how Dan's doing.
She must be a VIP if she's got signal out in Cunningham. That or carrying a Starlink on her back.
Maybe.
That is true. The technology is there. It's one of the things that when people are learning to follow the coverage, I love when people may have their own opinions on the streams, and they say, well, maybe they should use Starlink, and it's like we have more Starlinks than we have fingers and toes out on the course. But it is a wonderful tool, means to an end, to help us provide these images and these videos and audio from the field. So yeah, no, we are right there along with you. Yeah, the more we can get our hands on, the more we'll use, and we're grateful to have that opportunity, because frankly, these live streams in these remote areas wouldn't exist without it.
We've got a finisher, it sounds like.
Again, oh, here we go. I see some applause, some clapping. The 42-hour, 20-minute mark.
I'm guessing that's Emily Wanless, South Dakota. Lower right by the ear, the kiss. Emily Wanless makes it halfway, our 59th finisher.
Well, listen, I'll sign up for
Yeah.
Good.
Good.
Emily Wanless ran a great race. I've heard a lot about the Wyoming Range 100-mile endurance run.
Yeah.
Time.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's got some other fun.
Also,
Sure, the size of the very
High Lonesome.
Yeah, women's small. There's women's and men's. So yeah, you can have them go.
UTMB, CCC, Kettle Moraine, Javelina.
Yeah, hearing you list off shows what it takes to actually get into hard rock. Even somebody who has only been trying to use air quotes, only been trying to get into hard rock for maybe 3, 4, 5 years, has bucked the odds on an extreme level. But you look at the list of runs they completed, and it ends up being something a who's who of tough races in the Rockies.
Sounds like another finisher coming in.
I'd expect that would be Greg Salvesen.
The lone finisher of the Infinitus 888K in Ripon, Vermont back in May. Greg Salvesen.
All right on the corner.
And Smooch on top. Right above the logo.
How you doing?
Good. Yeah, probably not quite as good as you are right now.
I'm doing good.
Yeah.
Coming in
I mean,
just
I got
after
No.
Mexican runners have a long and successful history in hard rock.
Yeah.
Many of the founders from the South area, the National Lab. David Koblenz, a 63-year-old, is still out there, former chair of the board of directors of Hard Rock, is a Los Alamos National Lab guy. He does for a living.
I assume, I believe 25-time finisher. I think as well.
An mastermind behind the lottery. So it takes rocket scientists to design the lottery is actually true. A rocket scientist has designed the lottery. His wife of 45 years, Rebecca, was inducted into the Hard Rock Hall of Fame earlier this week.
Of course, Blake Wood's daughter now undertaking the journey as a runner.
And I
believe she ran Mogollon Monster
I think he's already kind of starting to train his grandkids in classic Blake style. By the way, Blake still races on the track in group events, spikes and everything.
Yeah, so Blake's daughter Margaret has run Hard Rock qualifiers in the last few years. Ran Run Rabbit Run in 2024. Finished in the top 10 at Mogollon Monster last year. And is coming back for another dose of the Mogollon Rim this fall. Talking about the generations of hard rock runners. We talk about legend Blake Wood, somebody who has been tied into the history and origins of hard rock. Seeing this generation come through and become a part of the sport. You can see our most recent finisher there, Greg Salvesen, taking photos with crew and pacer.
We would expect Brian Pickett shortly, Kendrick Osborne, and Jay Hunt. Keeping an eye out for them.
Thank you very much, Run Long After 60, for clarifying it. And on Henna. That was our TFL last year. So we will definitely be talking about Anne's story over the next few hours. It sounds like she is getting to Cunningham here shortly, which is good news. The runners who have not yet made it to Cunningham have until 2 a.m. local time, which gives them roughly 95 minutes to get to Cunningham Aid.
Actually, I just did a quick glance. There's quite a crew. Most of them have gotten out. 2 runners currently in Cunningham. Total of 105 through. So just quick back of the math looks like only 14 left to arrive in Cunningham. Looks like old Grumpy Deadhead is in there. Gina Harcrow, someone I'm following, one of our golden hour finishers from a couple years ago. She's in there just before midnight, and Tori O'Farrell. So 11 runners left to hit Cunningham. I think you mentioned Vishal Sani is one of the doublers, Hardrock doublers.
Yes.
To come. He's through Cunningham, and then the next one was Gong Kin,
Mhm.
61 years old, and he's also on his way.
If
Our last two Hardrock Western States doublers.
if those two are able to get it done, that would make us a perfect 5 for 5. Which is really cool to see because that means those runners who got the privilege, the rare privilege of doing both these events, took it seriously.
Yeah.
They did the homework, they did the prep, and the face smiled upon them. They did not take that for granted whatsoever.
My doubler year, I felt almost a burden of responsibility when I showed up here. You know, knowing that I had a spot that tons of people wanted.
Oh, don't mess it up, kind of.
Absolutely, don't mess it up.
Mentality. Jay Hunt has hit the streets of Silverton.
All right, Jay. I'm trying to get a quick count because I know he's got a bunch of Hardrock finishes. Let's So this will be number 6 for Jay Hunt. Finished last year in 42:15, 2024 in 41:20. A little bit slower last time he went in this direction. One, 3, 4, 12, real fast time back. First time here, way back in 2016, 35, 33.
To those hanging out with us in the wee hours, we know that you could be sleeping in anticipation of your Sunday long run, but you're here, and we're grateful. And as I mentioned earlier, shout out to those runners who are out at their own events in their own places. I mentioned earlier the Midnight Madness 50 miler going on in Oklahoma, Stunner Night Runs going on in Arizona. That there are many runs going on elsewhere. Of course, Hardrock is the quote high profile event going on this weekend, but respect to everybody who is towing a line and going out and getting some miles in the competitive nature this weekend.
Lots of hubbub behind us, Chris. I have a feeling these are a lot of the crews coming to see their runners.
Yeah, it looks like it. Some of the recent finishers, maybe some of the crews waiting for their runners as well. I do love they have a pretty basic setup here. They don't have the big screen as they might at other events, but they do have the ability for runners and the runners' crews to watch the live stream and the spot trackers on some side-by-side screens. Of course, the Hardrock merch shop will be opening this morning as well, I'm sure at some point. And on the other end of the gymnasium is the finish line aid station for runners that you, Zach, and I are going to do our best to ask very nicely to make sure that we stay fed and hydrated throughout the night.
And as I mentioned, there's a pair of volunteers too out on the floor at the table. They're making record of each finisher and writing the finisher's name and their finishing time.
Mhm.
on the limited edition prints that are provided as the Finishers Award here every year. At 12:30.
Just a little under 90 minutes for all runners to come through Cunningham Gulch. We'll be following those runners at the back of the pack because it's getting real. If you're going to get it done here at Hardrock, you're close, but you're not quite there yet. And we'll be keeping an eye on those final couple runners.
I love how our buddy Mark Vega run long after 60s, keeping tabs in the chat on our 60 plus runners. 6 of the 7 men over 60 are through Cunningham.
Yeah, I like their chances at this point.
Mark's podcast, by the way, Run Long After 60, is an excellent podcast. Check it out.
Yeah, it looks like we've got maybe about a dozen runners who are not yet to/through Cunningham Gulch that are still in play. Susan Henry, John Willman, Dan Ryan, we saw just about there. Let's see, I just lost my place. Ann on Henna, Sean Cuniff, Justin McMillan, Nathan Rhodes, Greg Sissengrath, Michael Kutu, Dima Finehouse, Kirsty Reed, and Katarina Della are the runners bringing up the back of the pack at this point who need to into and out of Cunningham Aid.
Right. And that cutoff there is a little less than 90 minutes.
The runners who most recently have departed that aid station, mentioning Cliff Matthews, he being one of them. Cliff Matthews, Tori O'Farrell, Gina Harcrow, Eric Pope, and Derek Call, the most recent runners through Cunningham Aid.
And those of you keeping track of this, most of these finishers are taking hours, some a little bit less, most a little bit, 4 hours to complete the trek.
Here we go.
Pausing for the kiss, going right center.
Right on the lips.
Right on the lips.
Jay Hunt. Yeah, that is Jay Hunt right there.
Jay Hunt.
5-time finisher here at Hardrock. 46 years of age from Gunnison, Colorado. Rated for the 6th time by run director Dale Garland.
There you go, Jay. It's a nice kind of pause before the kiss. In addition to all those Hardrock finishes, he's traveled around a bit, been out to the Georgia Death Race last year, Barkley Fall Classic, Pinhoti, Legend Peak, San Juan Solstice, Cruel Jewel. He did nice time at Cruel Jewel, 35:09. It's pretty stout. Congratulations, Jay Hunt.
Looks like we might have a bit of a breather here as Jay and his crew pose for pictures at the rock. We might take this opportunity to take a quick break here so you and I can wet our whistles and recharge our batteries. You are watching the Hardrock 100 Endurance Run presented by Ultra on Mountain Outpost. We'll be right back.
Flip that.
Ultra Fit. With room for your toes to crush your run, not your feet. Ultra. Stay out there.
Believe has always been one of my biggest mantras. I carry it in my head when I'm running. It gives me joy and keeps me going. I never thought I would carry it on my wrist one day.
You wore your vintage coat like it was armor, and talked about some band I'd never heard of. I ran right past the station chasing shadows, but I was keeping score behind my teeth. You're my teeth! And I don't care about your art school friends, and I don't care how this stupid story ends. Go write your thesis on someone who cares. I'll run it down the street, run it down the stairs. You thought you had me figured out, but I'm just running on my own. Can't believe you left me here. Don't ever think you can call me on my phone.
Let me know what that did.
What is it that you think that you achieve? Please forgive me, but your attitude, it really makes it hard for me to leave. Oh, hello. I am the fever that is pulsing in your veins. Can you feel me? I've been here before, and didn't you guess my name?
Welcome back to the Hard Rock 100 Endurance Run presented by Ultra. Chris Warden, Andy Jones Wilkins hanging out at Silverton High School in Silverton, Colorado, 9,300 feet above sea level. We are just 2 steps from the finish line that you see here in the gymnasium and our studio setup, and we are anxiously awaiting our next few finishers here at the 2026 Hard Rock. We just had Jay Hunt come in for his 6th Hard Rock finish. We expect Brian Pickett to be hitting the streets of Silverton, and of course, with Silverton being the size that it is, probably won't be much longer before he gets here. And right behind him is a familiar face, Jamil Curry, going for his 9th finish here at Hard Rock. We got a chance to talk to a friend of ours, Chan Ma, in the gymnasium here. He has been crewing Megan Slavin, a friend of mine, and I didn't realize that this was his first time coming to Hard Rock and experiencing the beauty of Silverton and the San Juans. And we had a brief little discussion talking about how just because it is so darn beautiful up here, whether or not, well before we were doing live streams, I found myself coming up to Silverton every July for 10 years now, and I plan that to continue as long as my body will allow.
Oh yeah, July tradition.
Absolutely. For a couple of weeks every July, this becomes the center of the American ultra running world. And right now we are anxiously awaiting another couple finishers. We are not too far out from the cutoff at Cunningham Gulch, about an hour 15. We'll be keeping an eye on that. Most of our runners that are still on course are through, which is a very good thing, but we do have a few runners that are going to be pushing the limits, both of their bodies and of the clock. But hopefully we'll get as many people through, if not all people through Cunningham Gulch, and they can come on up and over Little Giant and make their way back to Silverton and get that well-deserved, highly sought-after Hard Rock finish.
60 finishers now, and even 60 with about 5 hours and 14 minutes left. It's kind of flying by, I have to admit.
Yeah, it does that sometimes.
Yeah.
Thanks for hanging out with us here this weekend on Mountain Outpost. It is a truly magical opportunity for us to be able to bring this event to you. And looking back, AJW, at some of the visuals that we were able to witness and share, getting those drone shots at Cunningham Gulch for the first time, also being able to see runners descend from Grand Swamp Pass. That's the kind of stuff that really sells the audience. Not only, the people who have been running qualifiers in this event for years obviously know what they're in for and realize how gorgeous it is out here. But for those people who maybe are not familiar with the San Juans, not familiar with Silverton, I can just imagine what they're seeing and thinking when they see some of these images here in Ouray and Telluride.
Yeah, I had a great chat with one of our drone pilots, Dakota, and he was make sure you rewind the YouTube and check out Courtney DeWalter's departure from Cunningham right at the break of day on Saturday. Dakota was able to get his drone up right as she was crossing the creek and beginning to climb. And for about 40 minutes, we were just treated to absolutely stunning visuals of that incredible relief, 3,000-foot head wall going from Cunningham all the way up to Little Giant, and watching Courtney, as well as Ryan Smith we saw on that. Well worth checking out. Go ahead and get back to about 6 a.m., 6 a.m. on Saturday to take a look at that. Great stuff. And yes, the visuals from Uray, visuals from Telluride. And we'll get our drones up as quickly as possible, probably right around 5:30, 5:15, 5:30 to bring in the golden hour from above as well as from the ground. We'll have the whole team out there. We hear some cheering in the back. I know Dale Carland has rallied the troops. Get out there and cheer in the next finisher.
But no cowbell. The bird is coming in for the chair. Yeah, let's go. Jamil. What's I'm saying, Jamil? Wait, 2 months first. Two. Absolutely.
Yeah, it could be Brian Pickett, could be Jamil Curry.
That's good for him.
Cedric Osborne is a little ways away. Wendy Wheeler Jacobs from Oregon.
Run, Skip. That's Skip. He needs to stop. He needs to stop. Hey, Skip. Hey, cowbell. Hey, Skip. No cowbell. Thank you, Skip. You good. Oh, look at you. Look at you. Right here. Gotcha.
The gym is empty out behind us.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming that we're going to be seeing Jamil come in here really quick.
Jamil Curry from Phoenix, Arizona, 9th finish, the Hardrock 100. Gave the smooch right on the top center. Aravaipa Running owner, incredible trail and ultra running entrepreneur, creator of such things as the Coca-Cola 250 and the Burrito League.
Yes, awesome. Thank you.
The man in charge of Mountain Outpost.
Man in charge of Mountain Outpost, the visionary behind these live streams.
Absolutely.
Always.
It was not so long ago we were sitting in a restaurant adjacent to the headquarters of Aravaipa. Rest in peace, Roadhouse. and he hatched the idea of going out and doing live streams for non-Aravaipa events. And next thing you know, we were remotely doing the Bandera live stream.
Yeah, I remember
2 years ago.
Back in 2018, Jamil and I had a conversation about the idea of live streaming Desert Solstice, a track run in Phoenix at Central High School, and that was an opportunity for us to really get proof of concept that it could be done under a controlled environment. It just so happened that we were able to bear witness to a world record being set by Queen Heron, so that was a super exciting opportunity, a very fortuitous turn of events. We ended up with thousands of viewers, which at the time was unheard of for this field.
Chris, tell the story of the first time you heard the word Coca-Cola.
So, as you can see, Jamil's brother Nick talking to him, maybe showing him his time, as Nick finished about 12 hours ago, 13 hours ago. But no, so
it was in Silverton.
It was just there's Anthony Culpepper, Patty Curry. So it was myself, Tom Rogozitsky, big time 200-mile run, all sorts of Triple Crown events. Tom, Jamil, and myself, and we were sitting in the old rum bar, and the three of us were having a conversation, and Jamil happened to be peppering Tom with all sorts of questions about his experience at 200 milers. And finally, after about a half hour of this seemingly pretty pointed line of questioning, I asked Jamil, I said, you got plans? And he looked at me and he said, well, I'm running Tahoe next year. Oh, well, that's cool. Anything else? And he said no. And then maybe fast forward a beverage or two, and the conversation continues. And he looks over at me and he ended up and said, called Cocodona. And that
I
was
listened to that. So it's called Cocodona.
And that was in, I believe, 2018 or 2018. So this conversation, I had to keep my mouth shut for over 2 years. Kind of being sworn to secrecy because things were still in the very formative stages there. He hadn't done his attempt at trying to plan the route on a physical basis yet. But Jamil is always coming up with all sorts of crazy ideas. You can see him hanging out.
He's a passionate map, pores over maps, physical maps, paper maps, and planned the route. Oh, there's a fist bump from our next finisher and a smooch. Center,
upper center, and
that's Brian Pickett. Brian Pickett from Tennessee. I know Brian. I've known him for years.
Third Hardrock finish for Brian
from Kingsport, Tennessee. 62nd finisher, 63rd finisher. Looks enthusiastic. Yeah, there's some great footage actually in the film, The Cutoff. Oh, sorry, in the film, The Chase of when Jamil and Anthony Culpepper and a couple others actually traversed what would become the Cocodona course just on their own. Days back in 2019, I believe.
Yeah, you can see. I see somebody shouting out Allie in the chat. Allie is wearing the hamburger hat at the finish. Allie, big time volunteer, huge part of the ultra running community out here in the western part of the United States. Made her way to Western States to volunteer and help out. I know does a lot of work with Squirrels Nut Butter and Chris Thornley, but was working, I believe, the finish line help desk at Western States, and pretty much does the same thing here at Hardrock.
Yeah, she's also got a really nice stash of Vietnamese pour over coffee that
keeping us alive.
That I'm going to partake in a little bit here to keep us going through the night. But she's got that hamburger hat on.
There's Brian right there.
Brian Pickett's crew. Third Hardrock finish for Brian.
So Jamil's time was 42:50:18. Brian Pickett 42:54:08.
Mark Vega keeping us alert on the chat. Looks like Ann O'Hanna has made it to Cunningham. O'Hanna.
Of course, Ann O'Hanna, one of the stories we're going to be following in these last hours here at Hardrock, and was the final finisher of the 2025 Hardrock. And as we mentioned, for somebody to return after such a nail-biting situation and to completely flip the script, because moving very well, obviously.
Curry photo op. Wait, Jamil rocking Mount Coast new M1 technical shoe. There's Rachel Entrick to the right. She paced the last 10 miles. Dad Peter, Mom Patty,
and
brother Nick. The new M1 going to be officially unveiled at UTMB. As you might recall, Jamil ran Burrito League. Well, the actual first one wasn't even called the Burrito League. It was called the Chipotle Challenge in January of 2024 in a pair of Mountain Coast. What would then become the H1?
Culpepper there with them as well. And for those of you who aren't familiar with Anthony, the toughest he's on the planet.
Absolutely.
I'm a huge fan of Anthony's. I've become a few years ago. He's been pretty public about this, so I feel okay saying it. But he was diagnosed with MS. That hasn't stopped him. In that time, he has had multiple runs where he's done 6-day, 300+ miles years. He has finished for Brooks, and I believe it was 2024.
That was
he
an
did that.
emotional finish. We called that one in. Yep, last time they went in this direction.
But yeah, Anthony Culpepper, very close to Jamil for a long time, and one of the things I love about Anthony is that he's just always there to offer support and lend a hand. I know that I have 100 bring ice out to Jackass Junction. And this year at Cocodona had a very emotional time because Anthony was part of the planning of that event. Basically went with Jamil on his very first
on
voyage.
that initial journey, yeah.
And that was back in 2019, and of course it is 2026. And for Anthony, he had previously attempted the DNF Cocodona due to all sorts of things going on in his life. Got it this year, and I did run in with him at the finish line. But he is here in support of one of our latest finishers, Jamil Curry, and that's what I love about.
I chatted with
does.
Jamil on Friday morning. He came up here, of course, to inspect the studio and make sure we were getting our jobs done. And he was estimating, in the 40 plus hour range. I asked how the training was going. He said, well, I haven't run in 5 weeks. He said, not ideal. He had done a handful of races, as Jamil likes to do.
Yeah, Jamil's training when he gets busy with other things usually comes in to 50K. Yeah. And doing that, he ran for 50K weeks ago.
Yeah, a classic Colorado race that's just come under the Aravaipa banner.
And Zion 60K, Mesquite Canyon 50K earlier this year, and got a whopping 40 miles in on a cross the year 6-day. But another 12 miles at that 48 hours. With his prolific race history, is there is an individual who cares less their ultra signups because he has several 12%, 8% results on an annual basis because he always throws himself a bib for fixed time events, and he'll just go out and do a few laps, and he's fine with that.
Chatting with Jamil with Dale there is Jamil's mom, Patty Curry. If you've been to an Aravaipa event, you've seen her handiwork. She is the mastermind behind the Aravaipa. An amazing job, partner Hannah. To give you an idea of Patty's attention to detail and consistency are laminated cards in every aid station packet with instructions for making such things as quesadillas and the proper way to make a PB&J sandwich. In addition to Aravaipa's strong commitment to gluten-free options, to vegan options at the aid stations, to meeting the needs of runner requests. Patty is largely responsible for that. So Jamil's work ethic comes from that, Patty.
Absolutely,
Indeed. 43 hours. We've hit the 43-hour mark. We've got 5 hours to go. Aid Station Molly B, you're going to sign off. Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate having your presence in the chat. Come back anytime. And hopefully I'll have a chance to run that 50K one of these days soon. All right, Chris, at the 5-hour mark, got anybody into town or coming by the ski lodge?
We do. Wendy Wheeler Jacobs, we expect to see in our view here fairly shortly. As far as I can tell, Wendy has crossed both of the bridges on the Animas River and Cement Creek. Probably coming up on Green Street right about now, maybe passing the Wyman, coming up to Snowden. I would assume that we are going to see Wendy Wheeler Jacobs in the next, let's see, I would say probably by 105, 106. So we'll be sticking around right here.
A little bit about Wendy from Redmond, Oregon, eastern side of Oregon, about 20 miles from Bend. Races a lot in my new neck of the woods, has done the Mary's Peak Trail Run, as well as the Mac Forest, the McDonald Forest Trail Run in early March, a classic, 30 plus year. It's kind of like the Crown King of Oregon. People come back every year. There's many multiple time finishes. The race director is Ann Miller, who's the mother of 2016 Western States winner Andrew Miller, who also lives in Corvallis. Wendy also has done her qualifier here out at Wyoming Range 100 miler, and she's just a couple of minutes, maybe less than 2 minutes away from her Hardrock finish.
Of course, Wendy Wheeler Jacobs with a previous Hardrock
Yep,
finish.
I just noticed that in July of 2023, the other direction. So, a true Hardrocker.
Yeah, that's awesome. For those just tuning in, the true Hardrocker status is only achieved when you have completed the Hardrock 100 in both directions. Some people are able to get it done year over year. David Ayala being an example of that, getting to do the run in back-to-back years. We would expect to see a couple other people. We'll talk about them coming in, and on Henna going to get that opportunity as well, assuming he's able to keep things going.
Wendy's first ultra, by the way, goes all the way back to 2005, 2006.
Nice.
So been at it for a long time.
Wendy's previous Hardrock finish was in 2023, so a 3-year wait isn't too bad. I believe Jamil Curry's was about 7 years or 9 years. Ellen Silva, a friend of mine, waited 9 years.
Mine was 7.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, 7, it felt like I was waiting a long time, but also now that I look back on it 10 years later, it's like it was kind of a nice chapter in my life.
Sure. Yeah.
And 4304.
So when you first ran Hardrock, you were still in the the front of the competitive fields at a lot of those 100 milers. So and it showed. You came here and finished fourth. And then, the next time you came around in 2016, you had already decided that you were going to step back from, your opportunities to run Western States. And maybe, your focus in running in life had shifted somewhat.
Yeah. When I think back to it's a great way of putting it. When I look at it now, 2009 marked the sort of pinnacle of my sort of front of the pack years.
Mm-hmm.
I was in the middle of a handful of top 10s at Western States. I've got 5th place here. By the 2016, I was very comfortable as a mid packer.
Yeah.
And it happened in 7 years. It was kind of normal. It happens differently for everybody. I was just nearing 50 years old when I did that second Hardrock, and it just seemed right.
Yeah.
And more to the point, similar to when I finished my 10th Western States and said, okay, I'm not doing this race again. I'm fine with that. When I did this in both directions, I said the same thing. So many people, I think, and understandably, want to do this again and again and again. I felt like I had gotten my fill, right? I'd gotten my fill. It's kind of like I was ready to push away from the table and not go back to the buffet again. So who knows if Wendy Wheeler Jacobs is going to feel the same way, but she's just a few minutes away from becoming a true Hardrocker.
So you were
the race in both directions.
You were 48 the last time you ran Hardrock.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, because of course my birthday is in September. Yeah. There we go. Wendy Wheeler Jacobs kissing the rock. Brand getting in the way of the kiss. Skip Brand, sorry. Healdsburg running. Okay.
There we go.
A little bit sort of center and saying hi to the dog. Wheeler Jacobs is a true Hardrocker.
Congratulations, Wendy Wheeler Jacobs.
Redmond, Oregon.
Dale grabbing to spot tracker, kind of, truly signifies you're done. Not only, kissing the rock is the quote finish line, but when you can shed that spot tracker, that's also probably another great feeling as well.
Thank you. Well, SCW run. I think I know who you are, but we'll just keep it between us. name is Wheels. Dog's name is Ruby. Husband is Jake.
Is that who I think it?
Wendy Wheeler Jacobs. He has a nickname, but we'll leave it.
Is that who I think it is? Ah, yeah.
Going to be out dragging my butt around the Cascade Mountains in a couple of weeks.
Awesome.
Longtime friend and pacer. Husband Jake, dog Ruby, Wendy Wheels Jacobs from Redmond, Oregon. Becoming a true hard rocker. And there's Allie with the hamburger hat.
Keeping an eye on our next finishers, it looks like we're going to be seeing Jitka O'Farrell having hit the streets of Silverton, crossing the Animas River right now. So that puts Jitka at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, about 8 blocks from the finish. So we will be seeing her probably in about 7 or 8 minutes, perhaps. Depending
on
that's Jitka O'Farrell.
Okay.
Jitka is yet another female finisher here at Hardrock. Like maybe our 16th finisher in the women's run.
To start list, so that gets us to halfway.
Yeah. So let's see, 20.
Wheeler Jacobs taking a little moment on the Bill Duper bench. New addition this year, honoring the legendary super fan of trail and ultra running, Bill Duper.
So of the 34 women who started Hardrock this year,
right, it was 34.
It looks like a truly impressive 28 still remain.
That is
yeah,
great.
I think it was 2024, perhaps, where the number of finishers, women finishers at Hardrock was. I want to pull this up and confirm, but it was in the last few years where the number of women who finished Hardrock was above 90%.
Oh, that was amazing. Real quick, Mark Vega is going to take a little break. Thank you, Mark. We'll keep tabs on those 60+ runners for you and see you during the golden hour.
So, okay, yeah, here we go. Back in 2023, in the other direction, Hardrock, there were 29 starters in the women's race, 27 finishers.
Yeah, that was amazing.
Yeah,
that was really amazing.
I just couldn't believe it. I remember covering that.
Yeah,
that event.
We did the math a couple of times because it was like, no, really?
Yeah, 27 out of 29, 93% finisher rate for the women's run in Hardrock that year. And this is a hard event.
Yeah. Well, my friend Scott told me I better be ready, old man. I'm not helping things by staying up all night tonight, but fortunately, still got a couple of weeks to catch up for that race.
I appreciate Scott having to do the difficult task of cutting off my wristband during training camp weekend one year when I missed a cutoff in Michigan Bluff at Carol Hewitt's house.
Yeah.
He pulls out a pocket knife and he's like, "I'm sorry, I got to do this to you," and he slides it at me really quickly. I'm like, "Oh,
definitely taking that wristband, buddy."
But yeah, big fan of.
Scott is just an incredible volunteer at Western States.
Absolutely.
The mastermind behind all of the parking operation throughout the entire course. That is the head at Robinson Flat. Also is a very important part of the drug testing protocols there. I think most people know there's pretty significant sophisticated drug testing at the finish line of Western States. Scott's a big part of that. As well as just an all-around support staff person. in the weeks leading up to the race, in terms of aid station supplies, in terms of logistics, in terms of trail work. In fact, it's probably not long from now that he'll be heading up to Willamette Pass ski area where they'll be doing the Waldo 100K trail.
So we've got our expected next finisher, Jitka O'Farrell, of Silverton. Not too long after her, we should see Andy Pearson, Zach Wilson, Garrett Christensen, Kedrick Osborne, and Kevin Doty. Those are the runners that have made it through Arastra Creek, that final water crossing, about 97.5 miles in. From that Arastra Creek crossing, which I always recommend to people as a nice acclimatizing 10K out and back, a beautiful section of trail that won't beat you up too bad. But those runners have made it through and are able to take a gentle trail back to town.
And as you've said, it's a tad more than a 5K, single track trail 5K, and then a little bit of road before you get back here to the gym. So it's if you're not smelling the barn yet, you're certainly smelling it once you cross Rosser Creek. On the other hand, it's going the other direction. When you cross the Rosser Creek, it's like, oh, okay, now the real work's going to start.
Yeah, now it gets real.
Because you have that initial climb up Little Giant where by the time you get to the top of it, you're like, okay, I'm in for a day here.
Yeah, after Jitka, it might be a few minutes before we see Zach and Andy come in. Maybe we'll take that opportunity to take a quick break.
Yeah, we're 45 minutes away from that Cunningham cutoff. So after our break, we'll go ahead and Chris will do his usual rundown of that group in the back of the pack and how they're holding up, making their way into Cunningham in that really that difficult stretch between Maggie and Cunningham. Brian, a little bit too about Zach Wilson, Signal Mountain, Tennessee. Buddy of mine, Troy Blackman, is on his crew. In fact, he's pacing this last section. I chatted with Troy a little bit, and Zach's attitude was he was going to go on positive, good vibes. He didn't really care about finishing time at all. And Zach and Troy and their buddies, they come out every year, whether one of them are in the race or not. They come out every year to do the trail work week. They came out for the trail work, and now Zach's in the race. Really vibes and had some stomach issues at Grouse, which is not unusual. A lot of people have stomach issues around that time of the race in this direction. Kind of bounced back and moved pretty quickly. They were hoping for about a 2 a.m. finishing time. I think he's going to be a little bit ahead of that. I hear some cheering out there. The volunteers are heading out.
Saw Wendy Wheeler Jacobs making her way out of the chute to make room for our next finisher. And if our tracking assessment is right, this could be Jitka O'Farrell. Jitka O'Farrell. Congratulations, a two-time Hardrock finisher. Last finish in 2023 in 39:14:02. So you know what that means, AJW.
True Hardrocker.
Absolutely.
2 in a row. 2 true Hardrockers in a row. First wheels. Wendy Wheeler Jacobs, and then Jitka O'Farrell, 2 in a row. 2 more women finishers. That gets our women finisher total to 16. I gotta tell one more little story about our friend Scott Wolf.
Sure.
He just texted me. He's at work, and he's a paramedic on a 24-hour shift. Had a little time. They wanted to see his friend Wheels finish. In the very early days of YouTube chat, we're talking, 2014, 2015. He had some fun with the names you give yourself on and it was kind of before the sort of personification of Twitter handles, like aid station garbage can and finish line blow up arch and stuff. And he had Jeff Rose adrenal gland. That was always a good one. Ben Hyan's ghost and Anton's hair, among others. So Scott Wolf, a legend, as we were just saying, as we're looking at Jitka O'Farrell taking the spoils of her labor. It looks like that might be a young family member who did some crewing there at the end, or pacing there.
Pacing, yeah.
A future hard rocker, I would suspect.
Yeah, if you're as young as that individual looks and you're able to, your runner is comfortable with bringing you from Cunningham Gulch to the finish, definitely get a future in this run.
Yeah.
On that note, let's take this opportunity to take a quick break before our next few finishers come through. We'll ask if the studio folks can run some ads to keep the lights on here on the Mountain Outpost YouTube channel. This is Hardrock 2026, presented by Ultra.
Be back in a minute.
Ultra Fit, with room for your toes to crush your run, not your feet. Ultra, stay out there.
When Finnish engineer and orienteer Thomas Volonen invented the mass production method for the liquid-filled field compass in 1936, Suunto was born.
At UltraSpire, my philosophy is pretty simple. That is, create the best product for the athlete so that they're able to enhance their performance.